The first thing on our agenda this morning is the consent agenda, and there is one addition, and that would be signing a contract for the rules and regulations update with Logan Simpson by the county attorney. Pleasure of the board.
Move to approve the consent agenda as amended with the addition.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as amended. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. And that happens fairly quickly. And the next thing is a public hearing that can't start before 9:35. So we have a couple minutes. Okay, yeah, don't do it. Holy cow. No, you gotta go over here. There you go.
I'll give it kind of firm.
You're fine. I have a bunch. Hey, it is 9:35. So the next thing on our agenda is Joy Hill, our planning director, joined by Jenny. Public hearing for the good SUP 227 amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joy Hill, Planning Director. I'd like to mention that the packet for this SUP was provided to the board in advance of this hearing. I just want that on the record. We will state a summary of the findings, provide you a list of the recommended conditions, and then allow you to make your decision. Chris and Mariah Good submitted a special use permit application, including payment and a site plan on February 21st, 2024. The applicants are requesting approval of an amendment to Good SUP 227 to add a 4,800 square foot storage building for equipment in support of the existing fireworks storage and distribution operation classified as a major wholesale business under SUP 227. In December of 2021, the applicants requested approval of a special use permit for the major wholesale business to allow operations of a fireworks storage and distribution business in an existing shop building and residence, in addition to up to 40 storage containers. On March 15th, 2022, the Park County Board of County Commissioners approved the good SUP by Resolution 2022-29. Condition number 11 of the board's resolution of approval states any change in the use to include but not limited to retail sales, manufacturing, expansion of storage or business facilities, et cetera, shall require an amended SUP or new SUP if permissible. The applicable regulations are the Park County, Wyoming 2015 Development Standards and Regulations, which were adopted September 15th, 2015. Chapter 4, Section 4D5 of the regulations specifies that minor changes to an approved SUP may be approved by the planning director. Otherwise, a special use permit may only be amended, varied, or altered only upon the approval of the board at a public hearing. If the amendment requires site plan review, the request shall proceed as a new application, and an amended SUP replaces the previous special use permit. Because condition 11 of the resolution of approval for SUP 227 states that an amended SUP is required, the board shall consider the request at a public hearing. The amendment does not require site plan review. The use is classified as a major wholesale business. Ownership is affirmed by warranty deed on record in the clerk's office. The property is 33.6 acres. It's within Lot 42D and 42E of Lot 42, Township 55 North, Range 98 West. The property is located approximately 3 miles southeast of Garland on the north side of Highway 14A. The property's physical address is 127 US Highway 14A, Powell. It's located in a general rural POW zoning district, and major wholesale business uses are not permitted in GRP. However, the Board of County Commissioners had granted a variance allowing for this use by Resolution 2021-58, dated August 17th, 2021. Neighboring land uses are primarily a mixture of residential, residential vacant, and agricultural. The closest neighboring residence is approximately 435 feet northwest of the west end of the warehouse, within 1 mile east of the east property line are 2 large rock products mines. The property is developed with a permitted residence and septic system in addition to the warehouse, the existing warehouse, and 18 storage containers associated with the approved SUP. The topography is gently sloping. The site plan shows the proposed 60 by 80 storage building and the existing development on the parcel and in association with the use to include a residence, warehouse, and 18 storage containers. The applicant has not established any additional storage containers since the time the SUP was established, as far as we know. Again, 40 were mentioned in the original special use permit. Legal notice requirements were met. The application was forwarded to relevant agencies as required. The Department of Fire Prevention and Electrical Safety will not require site plan review through the State Fire Marshal's office because the applicants indicated the proposed structure is going to serve as cold storage. The Park County Treasurer stated property taxes are paid in full. Wyoming Game and Fish Department has no terrestrial wildlife comments concerning this project. The Department of Environmental Quality provided agency contacts and information for permitting associated with various construction activities. WYDOT has no concerns with the new building as it relates to highway access. Park County Weed and Pest will not require a long-term noxious weed management plan. Garland Light and Power has no issues with the project. Park County Public Works has not provided a response. No public comments have been received. When the board approved SUP 227, they concluded that the use was in harmony and compatible with the surrounding land uses in the neighborhood and would not create a substantial adverse impact on adjacent properties. According to the applicant, the proposed addition will not intensify the existing use. The proposed addition of a 4,800 square foot storage shop is not expected to result in substantial adverse impact on the adjacent properties. Adequate services and infrastructure are available to serve the use. There are no specific criteria for the proposed use in the regulations, and the proposed use is not located in an overlay district. Madam Chair, should the board approve this amendment to the SUP, staff recommends the following conditions, which carry forward the conditions of the original SUP approval. Number 1, Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Number 2, the applicant shall comply with any Wyoming Department of Transportation rules with regard to access and parking along US Highway 14A, which may include applying for additional permits. Number 3, the applicant shall comply with all applicable rules as amended of state, federal, or local agencies pertaining to the use, storage, transportation, and disposal of fireworks or other hazardous substances associated with this use, including but not limited to Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, International Fire Code, National Fire Protection Association, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, Consumer Product Safety Commission, etc. Number 4, all structures used to store fireworks on the property, with the exception of the existing warehouse structure, shall be a minimum of 50 feet from the WYDOT right-of-way and a minimum of 50 feet from any residential structure on or off the property. Number 5, prior to commencing construction of the 4,800 square foot storage building, the applicant shall obtain a building and zoning permit from the Park County Planning and Zoning Department. Number 6, the applicant shall obtain an approved building zoning permit for each storage container structure used to store fireworks on the property prior to construction or placement. Number 7, the applicant shall not store, distribute, or launch, demonstrate, display fireworks on the property at any time. Number 8, the launch demonstration of fireworks is prohibited within 150 feet of an occupied space or structure. Number 9, the applicants shall not utilize the property for retail sales purposes or operate a storefront on the property at any time. Number 10, the applicants shall comply with recommendations of Park County Weed and Pest. Number 11, any change in the use to include but not limited to retail sales, manufacturing, expansion of storage or business facilities, etc., shall require an amended SUP or new SUP if permissible. And number 12, the applicants shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. We haven't received public comments. We did have some comments from the attorney who represents the applicant. However, he's here today. He may have something to share with you.
Thank you for the update on the report. This is a public hearing, so I would ask for public comment at this time. Is there any public comment? Please state your name for the record, please.
Colin Simpson, representing Chris and Mariah Good. Excuse me. I did send an email to Jenny Kramer and Kim Dillon identifying that item number 23 in the amended staff report was incorrect, in that it says in that item 23 in parentheses up to 40 were allowed in the original special use permit. That provision, which was the original paragraph 4 in the original resolution, was taken out according to a motion by Commissioner Thiel. And I just wanted to point that out. And then also, we believe that item 7 in the proposed resolution does not need to be in there because it's covered by number 3. And you might recall the discussions that were held on the adoption of the original SUP about display fireworks and commercial fireworks and who has the authority to regulate those. Well, paragraph 3 in the proposed resolution is fine, but paragraph 7 can be contrary to what's allowed in paragraph 3. And we believe it's covered by paragraph 3 anyway. And then paragraph 8 covers the launch demonstration of fireworks. And it doesn't distinguish between display or commercial or retail or commercial. So that's what we propose. No big deal on just a clarification in item 23 in the findings, but in the proposed resolution, we agree with it except for item 7. And I don't know if Mr. Good has anything to add to that.
I don't. Thank you, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know if I'm more nervous to be there or on a Zoom meeting.
You're fine.
I don't have anything to add other than just those things. We're already heavily regulated. So paragraph 3, I think summarizes it all. That who we need to follow the regulations by.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just a point of clarification on the condition about the number of storage units. So the original SUP had a finding that the applicants proposed a maximum of 40 storage containers. So your approval was based upon that, which is why the original condition that was proposed was limiting them to 20 storage containers. That was the condition that was removed. So you're still based your approval on them stating that they would have a maximum of 40 storage containers. At that time, there were maybe 18 or 20 on the property, but they were asking to be allowed to have up to 40. So our understanding is that your approval was based on that finding. And if they were to have more than that, then that would be outside of the purview of what you approved. That was the understanding.
Madam Chairman, Colin Simpson. That may have been the understanding, but that's not what the resolution said. It didn't limit it at all.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, I guess I just would need a point of clarification, and this is only if the board changes something. So it's our understanding when someone brings a proposal to you, they're telling you what they're going to do, and you're basing your approval on those things. If anybody else or anybody even in this case were to change that, they would need to amend their approval. Like for instance, if you come in and ask to build a 4,000 square foot home, if you add to that home, then you're required to get a building permit per our regulation. So I would think this would be no different. You're approving what they've proposed to do within those parameters. If those parameters had been different, you may not have approved the SUP or in our case, a building permit. So I guess my question would be, and I would like it for clarification on the record, is it the board's understanding that because the applicant proposed a maximum of 40 storage containers, that they should only be allowed to have 40 storage containers as part of this, this business use? Or does the board believe that because you didn't condition them to have only 40 containers, that they would be allowed to have 50 containers, say? I'm just seeking clarification for the sake of staff so that we understand.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Madam Chair, if I could.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. In that original one, I don't think it was recorded correctly. Commissioner Thiel was the one that struck that down and said he didn't believe we should be able to be limited by the amount of containers out there. The 40 number, I vaguely remember it coming into conversation, but not as part of this particular permit. Commissioner Thiel, do you remember that?
Madam Chair, yes. Vaguely, I've slept a couple of times and we went through a few of the SUP since that time, but yes, and I understand the confusion, and I believe there is a reason for clarification here. And if memory serves me, quite often we up to limit, and when we approve SUPs is whether it is employee numbers, or sometimes we have approved a square footage, but no larger than up to this number. So I believe I'm leaning towards what our decision was based, or at least my intention was no more than 40. So I believe that we are within that under this. My question, I guess, if I could ask staff, the building permits that you're going to require for, is that each container, or is this consistent with other containers within the county? We're required to everyone, whether you rent them for a limited time or whatever. And I'm not saying these aren't permanent. I'm just asking, do we require building permits on every container in the county?
We have.
Okay. Not that I agree with that, but I'm just, okay.
Yeah, and Madam Chairman, Commissioner Teal, I think, there's a difference between a temporary container, but then a lot of people now are using them as permanent structures. So it does meet that definition.
Yes, Commissioner.
I have more discussion, but we can close public hearing if you want. I mean, all right, if there's.
It's up to you. I'll ask one more time if there's.
Madam Chairman, Colin Simpson. There is a difference between findings and the resolution itself. I don't dispute Joy's argument that the findings may be the basis for the resolution, but you guys understand the issue. I just objected to it stating that the original SUP said that it was limited, and the resolution doesn't limit it.
Okay.
That's my point.
Okay. I guess as a point of clarification then to staff, it kind of works both ways. This is about a building, but could we, if we chose, add that condition to the conditions for today that the property only include up to 40 storage containers with addition of this building?
So, Madam Chair, my understanding is that this SUP amendment, you're basically doing a new SUP.
Okay.
And therefore, I believe you can put whatever condition you want that you feel is appropriate.
Thank you. Okay. Any other public comment? Hearing none. Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing. Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Public hearing is closed. Discussion from the board.
Madam Chair, in reference to condition 7 and 8, and as it relates to 3, I understand where they're coming from, and I actually had condition 7 highlighted as well, just simply because, and it was done this way in the original one, applicants shall not store. Is that not what the whole warehouse is about? So, I mean, the wording that says you cannot store. I'm
There's a
questioning.
difference in display fireworks and regular sales fireworks.
Understand,
this
but
says
read
display
condition 7
fireworks.
says you cannot store.
Display fireworks. You cannot store display fireworks, which are different. Clarification on that. We'll go in this again. There is a difference between display fireworks, which are your big city shows, your rodeo shows, those kind of things, versus average retail. Correct, Mr. Good? I guess that's
Madam Chair, that's correct.
okay.
Okay.
So
okay.
yeah, that word is in there, and I questioned it the other day when I read through here. So that's why the word is in there, but it is number 7.
But at the very minimum, Madam Chair, 7 and 8 basically say the same thing.
Yeah, except 7 did deal with display fireworks, was the biggest part of 7.
Madam Chair, can I provide some background?
Yes, ma'am.
So Commissioner Teal, you may recall that sometimes they have fireworks demonstrations on the property because they want to show people the fireworks that they might be buying. And so that was basically why number 8 was put in there, was to cover those types of fireworks displays. Right. So again, a display firework is a thing. It's an actual type of firework. And then there's other types of fireworks that are
Okay.
covered elsewhere. So that's what the distinction was.
Okay.
So they are different.
So, Madam Chair, would you agree, Joy, though, that number 3 pretty much covers that same thing?
I would have to reread those rules. I don't know. I think there may be a distinction, but I don't know. I know it was in there for a reason. We had a lot of discussion about it. That's all I can remember. I don't remember what the ATF and NFPA, at this point, I did not read those to see what the difference is. But back then we had an understanding.
But Madam Chair, even if number 3 does cover 7 and 8, is there a problem with redundancy? Is it causing a conflict? If it does cover it, I don't see that having 7 and 8 in there is causing any issue. And if it doesn't cover it, then 7 and 8 in there should stay.
Mr. Simpson.
Madam Chairman. Colin Simpson, Commissioner Livingston. The ATF rules govern display fireworks. It really doesn't matter what the county says about where they can be stored or stored. Because ATF controls that, and the county tried to find out where these display fireworks are stored, but the ATF doesn't allow you to find out. So they are contradictory where it says you can't store them on the property. If the ATF allows the storage on the property out there, you know where it is, next to the gravel pits. I don't know where else you would want to store something like that. But that's the distinction. So we think it could be contrary to ATF rules that govern. Item 7. Item 8 is a little different.
So, Madam Chair, I understand what he's trying to say, but that doesn't mean that the county can't also impose your own conditions in addition to ATF. I don't think that that's, like, let's say ATF said they could store display fireworks here. That doesn't mean that you would say that they could. You could still say they can't. And that's my understanding. I think you could still say no. I think there is a difference.
Madam Chairman, I don't think that's correct. Thank you. Collinson.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? Questions, concerns? Pleasure of the board?
I'm sorry. Madam Chair, I'm still seeking clarification on the 40 storage structures. Staff needs to understand, is this SUP limited to a maximum of 40 storage containers, or if they wanted 50? I just need clarification for permitting purposes.
Okay, let's first do clarification on the 40 storage units.
Madam Chair, I would attempt to clean this whole thing up with adding condition 13.
Okay.
For clarification of this SUP. And with that, Madam Chair, I move to approve SUP 227 goods for additional warehouse, adding condition 13 to clarify a maximum of 40 storage containers on the property and allowing all other conditions.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the good SUP 227 amendment with the inclusion of a 13th condition being clarifying that up to 40 storage containers would be allowed on the property. All other conditions in place. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
resolution 2024-11.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the staff. Okay.
I'm gonna make it work.
Where's my,
Okay. The next thing on our agenda, Park County Fire District Number 2 Sunlight Edition public hearing for special use permit number 255. We will have staff with Director Joy Hill and Jenny, please.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, the packet has been previously provided to the commissioners and should be made part of the record. So we'll provide you with the staff findings and read our proposed conditions for you to make a decision. Park County Fire District Number 2 submitted a special use permit application, including payment, an application letter, a U.S. Forest Service decision memo, a site plan, and a building plan on December 19th, 2023. The applicant requests approval to construct and operate a 640 square foot addition to an existing 1,280 square foot fire station. The addition will include a meeting room, restroom, and shower, storage space, and handicapped access. The fire station is situated on approximately 3/4 of an acre of U.S. Forest Service managed land. The fire station is available to serve area emergency situations 365 days per year, 24/7. Applicable regulations are the Park County, Wyoming 2015 Development Standards and Regulations, which were adopted on September 15th, 2015. The use is classified as a minor community use. The fire station, again, is on Forest Service lands, and it is operated by rights under an existing Forest Service permit that was issued to the Fire District Number 2. The Clarks Fork Ranger District issued a decision memo dated April 1st, 2022, authorizing this proposed addition, the installation of a septic system and a domestic well at this location. The project is within the northeast of the northwest of the original survey, or lot 1 of the resurvey of section 7, township 55 north, range 104 west. The proposed use is also approximately a 1/4 mile southwest of the intersection of Highway 296 and County Road 7GR, which is 24 miles northwest of the city of Cody and has an address of 27 Road 7GR, Cody. Forest Service land is unzoned, so private development activities on federal land are subject to county regulations, and these activities shall be reviewed according to the zoning district of the majority of adjoining properties. The closest zoning district that applies is General Rural 20 acre GR20. These zoning districts require special use permit approval for minor community uses. Neighboring land uses are exempt for service lands and residential lands. The Mountain West subdivision bounds the western line of the property. This existing fire station structure currently has no domestic water source or septic system, but is equipped with a composting toilet. The structure is unpermitted and has served the Sunlight area since 2003. A water cistern for fire suppression is in a fenced area just southwest of the existing structure. The topography has a slight change in elevation. The Forest Service lands to the north of the station show a significant increase in elevation. And just south of the project site is a steep canyon carved by Sunlight Creek. State Highway 296 is designated the Chief Joseph Scenic Byway. Legal notice requirements have been met, including notice to the property owners within 660 feet of the boundary. The application was forwarded to relevant agencies as required. Wyoming DEQ provided their standard response and with notification, permits, and certificates that are required for various activities. Game and Fish stated the project area is located entirely within crucial deer and elk winter range. The department recommends avoidance of human activity, including construction activities from November 15th to April 30th. Rocky Mountain Power has the capacity to serve the proposed addition. Park County Weed and Pest will not require a long-term noxious weed management plan. One access point exists from Park County Road 7GR, and it is a county maintained road and is adequate to serve the proposed use. Neither a geotech report or a drainage and erosion control plan will be required at this time by Public Works. The site is not on a slope that is 30% steeper in grade. All improvements must comply with our development standards and regulations. The Department of Fire Prevention and Electrical Safety has reviewed the addition plans and provided comments. They will inspect and approve the addition prior to occupancy and use. No public comments have been received. The Park County Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed and approved this use on February 14th by resolution 2024-05. The applicant made a statement of how compatibility will be achieved. The addition is to provide a meeting room with a restroom and shower for the area firefighters. It will also be available to serve as a meeting place for any type of emergency incident, such as a wildland fire. The 7 volunteer firefighters will meet at the station twice a month for training. The addition will be used for fire emergencies, which of course vary month to month, but typically occur more frequently during the summer. The fire station houses 2 engines that are the size of a brush truck, so there are no large engines. During a fire call, the available firefighters from the area report to the station and respond to the scene in one of the engines. A well will be drilled for domestic water and has been permitted as such. Through the addition, the fire district is providing the necessary safety precautions for area firefighters due to the increased awareness of cancer concerns and the need for separation from equipment and gear. A total of 5 parking spaces will be provided to serve this fire station, consisting of 4 standard spaces and 1 handicap parking space. And adequate space exists to accommodate more than a dozen vehicles if needed. 2 outdoor lights are on the exterior of the existing building, and the addition will have 2 outside lights. All outdoor lights will be down directed and have motion sensors. The station and the proposed addition measures approximately 120 feet from the center of the county road and therefore meets the building setback. No covenants are proposed or existing on the property. No nonconformities exist. No nuisances have been reported. The U.S. Forest Service reported soils in the project area are prone to rutting and compaction. They provided project design recommendations to minimize effects to the soils, botany invasives, and watershed health to align with the Forest Service plan and standards and guides. Since the Forest Service has reviewed soils information and provided their recommendations, we did not require a soils report from the Conservation District. All factors relating to compatibility and impacts of the use have been sufficiently addressed and suggest the use will be in harmony and compatible with the surrounding land uses in the neighborhood and will not create a substantial adverse impact on adjacent properties. A new water well, yes, we've covered that. A water well sample was collected from a nearby well, just in one of the subdivision lots adjacent. Total coliform and E. coli were absent. Nitrate levels were reported at 9.8 milligrams per liter in the water sample, and which is considered quite high, but under the maximum contaminant level of 10. Elevated levels of TDS, sulfate, and iron were detected. The water results appear to be safe for human consumption. Treatment may be recommended. The use is not located within any irrigation district, nor does it have any irrigation water rights. There's adequate space to support parking. Prior to construction and commencement of the use, the applicant will be required to obtain the required permit for a small wastewater system. Soils will likely adequately support a conventional system for the use based on neighboring property permits. And utilities are adequate. An existing propane tank will continue to serve the fire station. A sign identifying the fire station exists on the current structure and no new signs are proposed. Adequate utilities, public services, and infrastructure appear to be available. No specific criteria are identified for this use. The use is not in an overlay district and site plan review is not required. Staff recommends approval of the Park County Fire District Number 2 Sunlight Edition SUP-255 with the following conditions of approval. Number 1, Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Number 2, prior to construction and commencement of the use, the applicant will be required to obtain the required permit for a small wastewater system from the Park County Planning and Zoning Department. Number 3, prior to construction and commencement of the use, the applicant will be required to obtain the required permit for the addition to the existing structure from Park County Planning and Zoning Department. And number 4, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Repeat that. We gotta help the building.
Thank you to the staff. This is a public hearing. So again, I would ask if there are any public comments regarding this SUP request.
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Madam
Public
Chair, I
hearings.
move we approve the Sunlight Fire Station Edition SUP 255 with staff recommendation.
I have a motion and a second to approve Park County Fire District Number 2 Sunlight Fire Station Edition SUP 255. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
resolution 2024-12.
Yes,
Chairman, could I just have
sure.
I just want to thank you guys, Lee, your state board of commissioners, for the support you guys gave us in Cheyenne to get the bills passed we needed for the fire. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, 10:05, Joy Hill and Jenny. Our planning staff regarding a public hearing for Christensen Minor Subdivision Number 78 sketch plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The staff report and packet has also been provided to you and should be part of the record. Craig and Brittany Christensen submitted a minor subdivision application, including supporting documents and payment on December 26, 2023. A revised sketch plan was received on January 4th. The applicants request approval of a 3-lot subdivision consisting of one 30.99 acre lot and two 2-acre lots, each for ag and residential use. Ownership was affirmed by a warranty deed of record. Applicable regulations for this development are Park County, Wyoming 2015 Development Standards and Regulations adopted on September 15th, 2015. The subdivision is classified as a minor subdivision. It is in the GRP zoning district and the lot sizes are consistent with the zoning district. The parcel is located in the northeast southeast of Section 6, Township 55 North, Range 99 West. The proposed subdivision is located approximately 2 miles northwest of Powell on the west side of County Road 12 and north of County Lane 8.
Yes.
And is currently unaddressed. The subdivision is irrigated cropland currently, and it is relatively flat. Neighboring land uses are primarily ag and residential with some residential vacant lands nearby. The Bale Simple subdivision borders the west line of proposed lot 1. The property is not located within 1 mile of any municipality, so municipal review is not required. Public notice requirements have been met and relevant agencies were notified as required. Garland Light and Power has the capacity to serve the proposed subdivision and has provided estimates to bring power adjacent to each lot. Northwest Rural Water District does not currently have the capacity to serve the subdivision, but may be able to provide taps next year. So what that should be in 2024. Park County School District number 1 stated they will have bus stops at all exit points on County Road 12. TCT will likely be able to provide service as well. Park County Fire District number 1 can provide fire protection, provided accesses are constructed to accommodate their equipment. Powell Clarksford Conservation District identified 2 soil types on the proposed subdivision. They're rated very limited with regard to dwellings with or without basements and small commercial buildings due to flooding and shrink swell mainly. Soil types are rated very limited regarding septic tank absorption fields due to depth to saturated zone, flooding, and slow water movement. Soil types are not considered to be prime farmland. Shoshone Irrigation District requires and has reviewed a water distribution plan for the subdivision. This will also require approval of a petition to move the water rights from lots 2 and 3 and move them to other areas of lot 1, and that will be required from the state engineer's office. The post office will be able to deliver mail. MDU has the capacity to serve the subdivision from an existing main on the west side of Road 12. And gas lines can be installed once a structure is erected that will use natural gas and once service is requested. Park County Treasurer confirmed the first half of property taxes have been paid. Wyoming DEQ provided agency contacts and information for permitting associated with various construction projects. Game and Fish have no major concerns. Park County Weed and Pest found noxious weed species in their initial inspection and will require a long-term noxious weed management plan. Park County Public Works confirmed legal access to the lots is by direct frontage to Road 12, a county maintained roadway. It is classified as a local access road, and the subdivision is not expected to alter the classification of it. Lots 2 and 3 have direct frontage to Road 12 and will require new accesses and right-of-way permits from Park County Public Works. Park County Public Works stated lot 1 also has 2 direct frontages and potential access points from Road 12 and will require new access and right-of-way permits. The southernmost access could potentially be used for a roadway to Park County standards greater than 60 feet when lot 1 is further divided in the future. All future addressing for each of the lots will be from Road 12. They will not require an erosion and drainage control plan at this time. No public comments have been received. A pre-application meeting was held as required on August 3rd, 2023. A title report was provided dated June 30th, 2023. No new roads or driveways are proposed. Solid waste disposal services are available through private companies. No known landslides, steep slopes, rock falls, or other hazardous features are known to exist. Access will be from County Road 12. Application submission requirements for sketch plan have been met. A subsurface evaluation was conducted. Perk test data was collected on each of the proposed lots on August 17th. Perk rates ranged from 10 to 40 minutes per inch. Excavation cuts were made to a depth of 10 feet and no groundwater or impermeable layers were discovered. Therefore, conventional septic systems will likely be sufficient. Domestic water will be provided by individual on-site wells. They will need to be permitted and approved by the state engineer's office. A water analysis from a well within a half mile of the subdivision is required. It has not been provided as of yet. And if they do not provide one, a standard note will be required on the final plat. The applicants have not proposed any changes expected to impact neighboring ag activities. They will be expected to comply with county weed and pest recommendations, The subdivision is not expected to cause further disturbances of weed development, pests, and litter or domestic pets. The parcel is not located in an ag overlay district. No stream or river is within or adjacent to the proposed subdivision. All water right requirements pertaining to sketch plan have been met, except approval is still required from the state engineer's office to move the existing water rights. And a water distribution plan will be required as approved by Shoshone Irrigation District. Electric service is not yet adjacent to each lot. Natural gas is available from an existing main. A subdivision improvements agreement will be required for the electric service to bring it adjacent to each lot. Proposed lot 1 has 2 sections of frontage to County Road 12. One is 40.01 feet and the other is 75.02 feet of frontage. So lot standards have been met unless you determine that 100 feet of contiguous lot frontage is required for proposed lot 1. Our regulations state that 100 foot of frontage is required. We are seeking your clarification as well as to whether that needs to be contiguous or could be cumulative.
Okay.
No sidewalks, street lighting, alleys, or open spaces are proposed. An HOA will not be required unless common facilities maintained by lot owners are proposed. It appears that livestock can be legally run at large on lands adjacent to the proposed subdivision. And the subdivision is subject to Wyoming statute 18-5-319. The applicants will be required to provide evidence of an existing legal perimeter fence as prescribed by Wyoming statute 1128-102. Or written consent from all adjacent landowners that a perimeter fence is not necessary will be required. Or they will need to provide us plans to construct a perimeter fence as required by statute and in accordance with the Wyoming statute 18-5-306A13. The applicants have provided a plan for fencing the subdivision. However, it is unclear to us if the plan meets the statutory requirements. Therefore, we're asking you to determine if the fencing plan meets the requirements of the statute. A subdivision improvements agreement is already required, but this will also need to be, fencing will also need to be covered in it if you determine that their plan meets the requirements. The subdivision is not within any overlay district. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the sketch plan with the conditions noted in resolution 2024-06. The applicant has not provided a long-term noxious weed management plan. However, I know that is in the works. The applicant has not provided evidence of approval to move the water rights within the property from the state engineer's office or submitted an approved water distribution plan at this time. The applicant shall place a note on the final plat regarding state requirements for permitting wells. It should also contain a notice of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991. We feel the proposed subdivision has been designed to retain the majority of productive ag lands. No open spaces, natural areas, schools, or parks are proposed or required. And all approval standard requirements pertaining to sketch plan review have been met. We recommend approval of the sketch plan of Christensen MS 78 with the following conditions. Number 1, the applicants shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Number 2, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide an approved long-term noxious weed management plan to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 3, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide a letter of approval from the state engineer's office regarding the movement of water rights within the property to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 4, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide a water distribution plan that has been approved by the Shoshone Irrigation District to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 5, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, if 100 feet of contiguous lot frontage is required, The applicant shall provide said frontage for proposed lot 1 on a revised sketch plan to the Planning and Zoning Department. The applicant shall place the following condition on the final plat: any access approach that is intended to serve the lots of the subdivision shall meet Park County Road and Bridge standards and will require a right-of-way permit from the Park County Public Works Department. Number 7, the applicant shall provide water test results from a well within 1/2 mile of the proposed subdivision, or place the following note on the final plat: no water analysis was conducted and the availability and quality of potable water is unknown. Cisterns may be required. Number 8, the applicant shall provide evidence of 1, an existing legal perimeter fence as prescribed by Wyoming statute 1128-102. 2, written consent from all adjacent landowners or perimeter fence is not necessary. Or 3, plans to construct a perimeter fence as required by statute and in accordance with Wyoming statute 185306A13. Number 9, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit an appropriate draft subdivision improvements agreement addressing all applicable required improvements, for example, utilities, fencing, etc., for review by staff and approval of the county attorney and the board. Number 10, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat: any proposed water wells on these subdivision lots shall be permitted by the Wyoming State Engineer's Office prior to installation. Number 11, the final plat shall contain a notice of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991. And number 12, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards and the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 185306.
Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, there are a few items.
A few items. This is a public hearing, so first we'll take any public comment that there may be on this proposed sketch plan. Is there any public comment on Christensen sketch plan?
Move to close public hearing, Madam Chair.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Not sure how you want to deal with this. We have, well, 3 things overall: the approval of the sketch plan, but the other 2 are the fencing question and the legal access to lot 1 question.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Question for staff. Did the applicant indicate why they wanted the 2 easements on, for the frontage?
I believe, and he is actually
Oh,
on
I see, yeah.
too, so we can tap into Craig if I'm incorrect. I believe the southern access will be his access to get into, they will be living on or building a home on lot 1. And that is on the southern part. So that would be access there. The northern part of lot 1 is remaining mostly or remaining ag. And so I believe the northern frontage is where they plan to access for that and irrigation.
So that would, Madam Chair, Jen, that, and maybe this is a question for the applicant, but that would be then just like a field access only or a fully developed point of ingress egress?
I believe a field access, but we probably, Craig, can you?
Yep, Jenny pretty much hit it right on the head. I just was intending on using the southern 75 feet for residential access. I intend on putting a house on the southern portion of lot 1, and then the northernmost access point would just be to get to that, 25-ish acre field that I'm irrigating and hopefully intending on paying and farming at some point. So just more or less tractor access. That's what that'd be.
Any other questions from the commission?
Yeah, I guess just a little more clarification is there a difference? I mean, if it's not, can it be conditioned that it is a field access only and not a fully developed driveway?
I think at 40 feet, it might have to be, because I thought
Yeah.
60 feet was
Well, 60 feet's a county easement,
county easement.
if you're gonna do a full-on easement.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, Commissioner Livingston, that's a Public Works Road and Bridge standard. So for instance, so long as it just remains a farm access, they'd be fine with the width they have. But if they were to propose future subdivision and
Yeah.
want to use that as the access, it would not comply. But there's adequate room on the south end that they could use to make a wider access there. So I think, it is a little complicated, but I think they still have adequate room for all the things intended for the 100-foot frontage.
Okay.
Commissioner?
So, Madam Chair, my question would be to staff then, do we need to state in a condition that we're basically granting a variance for the 100-foot continuous for lot one?
So, Madam Chair, if your interpretation is that the rule means 100 feet of contiguous frontage, then a variance would be necessary.
Can we do that in a condition?
I don't believe you could. You would have to grant an actual variance.
They'll have to come back to us.
Yes, so if you determine that the 100 feet cumulative supports the rule, then I think you would be fine.
But Madam Chair, we can approve the sketch plan as is and have them come back in front of us if they are wanting a variance.
Yes.
Yeah.
With the final plat.
Yes.
I guess then, Madam Chair, I just would need clarification then. Are you interpreting the rule to mean you need 100 feet of contiguous frontage? Is that what you've just decided?
Yes,
Or
Madam Chair, what does the rule actually state?
here, we'll read it to you. So it says the minimum lot frontage on any lot shall be 100 feet.
They've satisfied that,
Okay. Thank you.
in my opinion. One lot,
Yeah. I get it.
it's 100 feet. We might
It's in two
want to
places.
visit that again when we start looking at regulations, but under the current regulation, I believe they've met that.
Commissioner?
Are we on a different, just a point of clarification, typo? We're talking about Christian MS 78 on staff recommendation, that first paragraph, or it says 80.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, determination on the fencing? Does that need to be today or is that with final plat?
Well, Madam Chair, we definitely will need to know before final plat application because they are going to have to accommodate, or they're going to have to have their fencing plan with their subdivision improvements agreement. So we necessarily need a decision.
It's a pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I move to approve sketch plan, Christensen sketch plan, minor subdivision 78
Second,
as with conditions, staff conditions.
Okay. Isn't one of those conditions a clarification on the fence?
I believe for a little bit of clerical also on condition 5, I believe we could remove if it says talking about the 100
Oh, the
foot,
100 foot.
yeah,
and it would just say 100 foot of well, and then I guess we would also want to remove continuous 100 feet of lot frontage is required.
Do you just want to remove condition 5?
Be simple.
Just remove condition 5?
Or remove, yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
that's fine.
I'm good with that.
And how do you want to handle the fencing issue?
The fencing,
Chair, I thought we
I
were
thought,
that we were asking the applicants to sign off saying that they feel they're meeting the statute.
Right. So,
So-
but the applicant isn't proposing to fence the perimeter of the subdivision. Or is that?
Yeah. So he is, due to irrigation, the location of irrigation, head gates and whatnot, he is proposing, he wants to fence lots 1 and 2, no, I'm sorry, 2 and 3, the small lots. Those will be completely fenced, and he believes there is existing legal fence around 3 sides And then the north perimeter line, is proposing to, he would be putting cattle up there, seasonally. And would like to put electric fence there, but he would like to have the permanent fence, at the bottom of that field. And there's a diagram in your packet. But is that the perimeter?
The perimeter of the subdivision would include lots 1, 2, and 3 in my mind. No matter who the developer or the owner is at the time, the state statute didn't stipulate whether you own the property around it or not. It just stipulated the subdivision. At least that's the way I interpret the statute to read.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, the question is the fencing plan that the subdividers provided adequate to satisfy that requirement? It's not exactly the perimeter,
Not if it's not
It's-
on the perimeter of the subdivision.
so
according to my
that's,
My motion is to remove condition 5 only.
Okay, we have a motion and. second.
Yep.
Did you second? Yeah, okay. A motion and a second to approve Christensen minor subdivision 78 sketch plan with the removal of condition number 5. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
resolution 2024-13.
Okay. We have an extremely short break here, like 2 or 3 minutes.
2 minutes.
Okay, all right.
I think we need to add 5 minutes to some of these.
I was just thinking about that with
I
mom.
mean, it's your decision.
No, I agree. They're just, they constantly run into each other. So when you guys are scheduling these, let's put 5 more minutes on each of them. Just so we don't run into that.
Sure.
You're back.
Yeah, especially now.
Yeah, there's 2 more that are supposed to be on the time. So you heard that conversation. We're gonna add 5 minutes to each of these public hearing things in the future. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a question about buying and storage is my understanding. How much it keeps on. Did Bill know we were meeting up here? Did you? I don't know either. You didn't have that conversation.
This next.
Well, that's true. True. Just asking.
I think
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, would just be the same type material.
No, some of them are the gravel.
Okay.
So it's yours and.
There'll be more for the evening.
Yeah. Yeah, correct.
Thank you.
And this one's later. That's the equal book thing.
Oh,
If it happens. If it doesn't happen, it's not signed.
You're done.
steps in. Nice.
Let me get to the top of this.
That's how it is when you read it.
Okay, we'll come back to order here. The next thing on our agenda is a public hearing for Diamond Spear Pit SUP number 256. So with staff, Joy and Jenny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As mentioned previously, the packet for this particular application was provided to the board in advance of the hearing and should be mentioned for the record. Diamond Spear LLC submitted a special use permit application, including payment, site plan, and plat showing access easement and pit location, and an application letter on December 29th, 2023. Additional correspondence was received since that time. The application was signed by Anthony Jolovich as the landowner. The applicant requests approval of a special use permit and site plan review to operate a gravel mining pit. The applicant or other private gravel mining companies and or governmental agencies will operate on approximately 14.99 acres of a 157.56 acre parcel. The gravel pit will be operational intermittently throughout the year as needed between the proposed hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. The Park County 2015 Development Standards and Regulations apply. This use is classified as a rock products mine large. Ownership is affirmed by warranty deed. The property is within Section 30 of Township 54 North, Range 100 West. The proposed use is on an unaddressed property located approximately 7 miles northeast of Cody, north of County Lane 18 on the east side of Highway 14A. The western leg of the property is within the general rural 5-acre zoning district, but the use is primarily going to operate on the portion of the property within the general rural 20-acre zoning district. Large rock products mine uses are permitted in both GR5 and GR20, provided a special use permit is approved. Neighboring land uses are agricultural and residential in the north, west, and south. The Shoshone River and exempt Bureau of Rec land bounds the property to the east. M-Bar W LLC Large Rock Products Mine is located directly west of this gravel pit, and the Park County Road and Bridge Large Products Mine is just southwest of the property. Both of those mining operations appear to be inactive, and the special use permits have expired. The majority of the property is unirrigated vacant dry land. Portions of the west leg of the property are currently irrigated productive farmland. A floodplain exists on a small portion to the north and on the eastern boundary along the river, but will not be impacted by the proposed use. The topography of the site has little change in elevation. However, just to the east of the site, the land slopes steeply downward to the river. Legal notice requirements have been met. Relevant agencies have been notified. Wyoming Game and Fish has confirmed that the project is in compliance with the Sage Grouse executive order. The project is located outside of habitat designated as Big Game Migration Corridor. Game and Fish confirmed the proposed gravel pit is located entirely within crucial deer winter range and recommends avoiding human activity in designated elk, moose, bighorn sheep, mule deer, or pronghorn crucial winter range and crucial winter year long from November 15th to April 30th. WYDOT has granted a commercial highway access permit to the applicant for gravel pit related activities. DEQ summarized notifications, permits, and certificates required for various activities that may impact surface and groundwater. Heart Mountain Irrigation District has reviewed the project proposal, and the operation should not affect their infrastructure. No permits or agreements will be required based on the information they were given. Park County Treasurer stated the property taxes have been paid in full. Corbett Tunnel crosses the property and is crossed by the access road. However, Shoshone Irrigation District has reviewed the project proposal and has no concern at this time. Soil features are moderately favorable to support vegetation plantings in temporary disturbance areas and for reclamation. Soil features are moderately favorable for shallow excavations and unpaved local roads and streets. Limiting features include unstable excavation walls, excessive dust, and frost action. Cody Conservation District recommends the applicant take erosion control measures during ground disturbing activities to prevent runoff from entering the river, which holds a blue ribbon designation, including a vegetative buffer of at least 100 feet along the eastern boundary of the project site. The Wyoming Department of Fire Prevention and Electrical Safety will require the review of plans for fuel storage and containment if applicable. At this time, the applicant is not proposing to store fuel on site. Weed and pests will require a long-term noxious weed management plan. The 2,800-foot section of existing driveway extending from Highway 14A to the proposed gravel pit shall be improved with a 6-inch thick gravel surface that has a minimum travel surface width of 20 feet to ensure all-weather access while minimizing dust emissions. The gravel surface shall be established within 2 years according to Public Works. A drainage and erosion control plan shall be submitted to DEQ for review and approval. A copy of the site drainage and erosion control plan shall also be submitted to Public Works. Site plan submitted as part of the application indicates 2 high-powered transmission lines extending over and across the subject property to be developed. A total of 3 large poles that support the transmission lines are situated within the designated mining area as indicated on the site plan. Rocky Mountain Power and Diamond Spear LLC have entered into a letter of agreement regarding the limited mining operation encroachment within Rocky Mountain Power's easement. The agreement restricts any mining from within 62.5 feet of the center of their structures, 7-81 and 8-81. Tri-State Generation and Transmission Association and Diamond Spear have entered into a license agreement regarding the limited mining operation and an existing electric transmission line easement that crosses the proposed mining area. The agreement sets out various terms and restrictions of the limiting mining operation, including the required setbacks the applicant must maintain from tri-state structures. Any and all improvements shall comply with the county's requirements pertaining to setbacks, right-of-way permitting and addressing, and DEQ has accepted a letter of credit bond from the applicant in the amount of $30,000 for LQD permit number TFN 71/185. The project is within the boundaries of Park County Fire District number 2. 2 written public comments were received, one from a nearby resident expressing concern about noise and disturbance to neighboring residences and wildlife, fugitive dust, and signage for safety reasons at the ingress and egress points to Highway 14A. And another from an adjacent landowner expressing support of the project, but requesting restrictions on approval to address limited days and hours of operation, dust control, 5-year permit expiration, and pit reclamation within 1 year of the SUP expiring. During the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing, 2 neighboring property owners expressed concerns that the use would create nuisances, including but not limited to dust and noise from rock crushing equipment, traffic, and trucks. The individuals were concerned that the use would be allowed to operate for an excessive number of hours per day and for an excessive number of days per week. During the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing, another neighboring property owner indicated that he was in favor of the use provided certain conditions are met, including but not limited to limit operations to Monday through Friday, not on holidays, and during certain hours of the day. Limit time allowed for crushing operations more than the time allowed for general operations. Require a dust control condition, in particular for the access road, which is not regulated by DEQ. Permit expiration at 5 years with the option to extend another 5. Require reclamation once the use is discontinued, and expire the permit upon transfer of ownership. The Park County Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the special use permit application during a public hearing on February 14th and recommended approval with conditions noted in Resolution 2024-07. Wyoming Statute 35-11-401E6F, limited mining operations may continue for not more than 5 years from the date of commencing operations unless a notification to extend operations is submitted to the Land Quality Division Administrator. Operators shall submit a notification of extension for every subsequent 5-year period with the annual report. The applicant has made a statement of how compatibility will be achieved, including the following. The use will require review by DEQ for the mining operation. 2 other gravel pits operated within 1 mile of the project site in the past. The operation includes mining and processing sand and gravel products. No permanent buildings will be constructed. Activities will include the operation of heavy machinery to mine, move, crush, and haul raw materials on site and haul processed sand and gravel out of the proposed location. Operations will be intermittent throughout the year. Proposed daily hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and limited to daylight hours when activities are taking place. The crushing and mining operations will take place below the elevation of surrounding properties so that noise will be buffered by the walls of the pit to mitigate noise impacts. Dust will be controlled by the application of water and minimized on haul roads by virtue of crushed base surfacing. Sewage and wastewater will be disposed of by rental of portable commercial toilet facilities and will be located in an area that is not visible to neighboring lands. No utilities will be required for the use. 2 high voltage power lines cross the project area, and the applicant has applied for encroachment permits from the utilities. Solid waste will be stored in on-site trash containers and disposed of through private waste disposal companies. And finally, the applicant stated they intend to reclaim the area as the mine materials are depleted to provide improved plant growth, grazing, and wildlife habitat. No new buildings or structures are proposed. No covenants are proposed or existing. No outdoor lighting is proposed. There are no known nonconformities on the property. Potential nuisances related to the gravel pit operation include dust, noise, and lands left unreclaimed once the operations have ceased. A soils report has been provided from the Conservation District. Access is proposed from the highway. The applicant has obtained the necessary permit. Water will be provided by haul truck for dust suppression purposes. For purposes of considering parking to serve this use, no structures or floor area are proposed. However, the applicant has stated that parking will be available within the project area. The applicant has proposed a portable toilet to serve the use and will be required to properly anchor the portable toilet and have it serviced regularly as recommended by the service provider. Utilities are not necessary to serve the use. Signs are proposed and may require permits from the county and/or YDOT. Solid waste disposal services are available. Adequate utilities, public services, and infrastructure appear to be available to serve the proposed use. No specific criteria are identified. The project area is not within the flood overlay. Again, part of the property is, but it's not impacted by this project. The proposed use is in an ag overlay. It is not expected to impact surrounding ag. It should not be negatively impacted by ag in the surroundings. The project is proposed on a marginal area of productive agricultural land. The portion of the property that is in ag production will remain in ag production. Site plan review is required. No hazardous substances are expected to be produced, stored, or handled on this property. Prior to commencing any mining-related disturbance or activity, limiting mining operations are required to obtain authorization for stormwater discharge from Wyoming DEQ and a construction permit or permit waiver from their air quality division. The use is not expected to impact federal wetlands. A runoff and erosion control plan will be required. Nuisance regulations apply. The applicant is not proposing construction of buildings along any highways. The applicant has met all requirements for a site plan review and all site plan standards have been addressed. The proposed use is in the Cody local planning area. Therefore, special site plan review is not required. Planning staff recommends approval of this use with the following proposed conditions for your consideration. Number one, Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Number two, prior to commencement of the use, the applicant shall provide evidence they have obtained compliance to operate a limited mining operation from Wyoming DEQ Land Quality Division to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number three, prior to commencement of the use, the applicant shall provide evidence of authorization for stormwater discharge from the Water Quality Division to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number four, prior to commencement of the use, the applicant shall provide evidence of a construction permit or permit waiver from the Air Quality Division of DEQ. Number five, the applicant may have one portable toilet on site to serve the use. Number six, the applicant shall anchor the portable toilet, have it serviced regularly, and screen it or place it in an area that naturally screens it from view. Number seven, prior to commencement of the use, the applicant shall improve and maintain the existing driveway extending from Highway 14A to the gravel pit operation with a 6-inch thick gravel surface that has a minimum travel surface width of 20 feet. And provide evidence from the Park County Public Works Department that the road meets their requirements. Number eight, prior to commencement of the use, the applicant shall provide a drainage and erosion control plan that has been approved by Wyoming DEQ to Park County Public Works. Number nine, the applicant shall follow the terms and maintain the required setbacks agreed to in the letter of agreement with Rocky Mountain Power and the license agreement with Tri-State Generation and Transmission Association. Please note, condition number 9 has changed because we have received the license from Tri-State Generation and Transmission Association as well. Number 10, prior to construction and commencement of the use, the applicant will be required to obtain any necessary permits for signs from the Park County Planning and Zoning Department and/or YDOT. Number 11, the applicant shall provide a written notification to each operator regarding conditions imposed by the SUP approval, in addition to information pertaining to required setbacks from the power utilities on the property. Number 12, hours of crushing and screening operations shall be limited to daylight hours, not to exceed 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Number 13, hours of general operations shall be limited to daylight hours, not to exceed 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. Number 14, all operations related to the use shall not occur on federal holidays. Number 15, the special use permit shall expire under the following conditions. 1, if the activities allowed by the SUP have not been established within 1 year of the board's approval of the permit, or 2, if the activities allowed by the permit have ceased to occur for at least 1 year after having been established, or 3, at the end of the Wyoming DEQ 5-year limiting mining operation period, regardless of whether the applicant has obtained an extension with DEQ, or 4, upon transfer and ownership of the property. Madam Chair, I'd like to note Planning and Zoning Commission's intent was to include a condition that the use expire if the property ownership transferred. They forgot. We're putting it back in here for your consideration. Number 16, if the applicant intends to continue the use beyond the 5-year limited mining operation period, the applicant shall apply for a new special use permit prior to the expiration of SUP 256. Number 17, upon expiration of SUP 256 or within 30 days of permanent cessation of the use, whichever is sooner, the applicant shall initiate reclamation of the site unless a new SUP has been approved to continue the use. And number 18, the applicant shall otherwise comply with the standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. Madam Chair, staff is here if you have any questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. So at this time, I would ask if there are public comments regarding Diamond Spear special use permit number 256. Yes, sir. And if you would come forward to the mic, please, and state your name for the record.
My name is Cleve Holloway, and I'm a landowner within about a mile of the proposed site. And the only comments or suggestions I have on this is that you mentioned fugitive dust, and I know if it's the haul road is sand or just dirt, it's going to create more dust than the haul road is all gravel or rock. So I'm suggesting that the haul road would be gravel or rock other than sand or dirt going in. This would reduce the fugitive dust. That's one. And also on the fugitive dust, you mentioned a lot of other comments and requirements. Okay, there's not going to be any dust at all if the wind conditions are calm. Should it be any restrictions if the wind is over 20 or 25 miles away, miles per hour? It's going to cover more of a distance to landowners more than a mile away. So should it be any restrictions on operations due to strong wind? Continuous wind, 30, 40, 50 miles an hour would put more on that. And I don't know, that should be a suggestion or a regulation on that too. Because I know you do a lot more sand and gravel operations than and review all of these more than what I do. And the other concern that I have is that it should be for sand and gravel is used all throughout the county. And I was wondering if the landowners within the area would be able to buy or purchase this sand and gravel from this site on the thing. Other words, if I want sand and gravel, do I have to go somewhere else to get it, like Fry or all these other operations? It looks like to me it should be something in there that I get to you since I'm real close by, and they always charge you for distance per mile. Is it anything in this that says that that as a landowner real close by that I would be able to just get bank fill from them or process screen? I don't know the rules and on that. Would they be open for that for neighbors to stop by and get some, or the truck from their place could come just a mile away? It would be a very convenient to do all of these.
Okay.
I guess that's all I need to cover. It would be it's always good to have sand and gravel. I have a dirt road myself that go in there, and when it's wet weather and all like that, it's good to have more of a rock base to travel back and forth, and I really could use a little bit more.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
all right.
Is there any additional public comment? Yes, sir.
My name is Bo Beck. I'm an adjoining property owner to the northeast to this site. I was in at the last meeting and had some of those comments about trying to get the hours restricted, the dust and whatnot. There was also another neighbor that was here and was kind of disturbed about the noise and stuff. And he's not here today because he sold his property just here 2 or 3 days ago over this. I'd also like to mention, maybe they out of sight, the federal Fish and Wildlife. I talked with Michael Munn. There's a nesting pair of bald eagles right across the river and the cliffs. And we get quite a few pelicans now sitting down on the river there and also on the adjoining irrigation canal pond. It's where the Willwood, not the Willwood, Corbett Bridge dam comes out. I was just curious if that had been looked at. Besides, I talked to him. I haven't heard back from him. Talked to him. He was gonna talk to the home office. And I haven't heard anything back from that, but that's something else that ought to be looked into, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments on this request? Again, any other public?
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
members of the commission, Colin Simpson, I represent Anthony Jolovich with regard to this application. And some comments. Tony's thought is that he would provide aggregate for the public, but initially it would be to provide materials for the county Willwood project that will be 7 miles of the rebuild of the Willwood Road. That contract's coming up pretty quickly. I think June 1st might be some of the deadlines on that. So it is important that that be allowed. The conditions of activity, if it's not established within 1 year, that's fine. I'm not so sure about the 1 year inactivity period. I don't know why that would be the case if it's within the DEQ permit period of 5 years. There are plenty of pits around here that are DEQ approved that may be dormant for a bit of time because those crushers can move around. You never know what it is or where the project might be. And the gentleman who just spoke, Mr. Holloway, I believe, that's up to the contractor. He's certainly a contractor could acquire materials from that pit from whoever's operating that pit. Tony isn't going to be out there operating the pit himself. I don't understand why there's a provision for transfer of ownership. What? Just because you sell it, you might sell it as a gravel pit, but you sell it contingent upon the DEQ permit requirements, and DEQ is quite stringent in their requirements. So what does it matter if it's transferred? There have been sales of aggregate product shippers and pits in the last few years that I don't think have required any type of oversight by this commission or the planning and zoning because they're just continuing operations. So I don't think that that's a valid requirement. The term of the permit, of the special use permit, is concerning. As I heard it, it was the end with the DEQ 5-year period and not allow for any extension beyond that without a new SUP. Why? The DEQ permit is 5 years, and then you can do the notice of extension for another 5 years. I think it's indefinite under the statute. So if you're complying with the DEQ requirements and the conditions of the SUP, why would it you have to come back and do this again? I think that's an unreasonable provision. I know some of the comments from the neighbors were, well, it should be a 5-year limit, and then P&Z said 7, and then somehow it's back to 5 with these other conditions. I don't understand why there was two different P&Z resolutions on this, but I guess I missed the email on the final resolution. We would ask that permit just follow the DEQ requirements, and if DEQ renews it upon notification as required by the statute, that simply be allowed. If there needs to be a review, I don't know, maybe 10 years is more appropriate, but to make someone go through this again with the 89 conditions, and this kind of points out the issue we talked about earlier this morning about findings versus conditions of an SUP. There are 84 conditions, at least there are 84 findings in this SUP. And there may be more because this is the last draft I have. But the resolution says that the special use permit is approved subject to the following. So the special use permit is, you can do this that you're asking to do, and here are the conditions. But if every time somebody has to be concerned about a finding that was not part of a resolution, that's really concerning to me. And I'm sure it would be to many of my clients. And so I think the major issue here is the term and the transfer of ownership. Tony's idea is that he will improve this property. He appreciates what the Reeds have done with their property and how those ponds are out there, MBAR-W, the waterfowl love it. It helps with the sub irrigation. It helps with grazing and crops. And he'll do the same thing. He wants to be a good steward, but he also wants to be able to operate it. And consider this. If you limit the term to 5 years, what does that mean? That he has to mine that whole thing that he can do within 5 years. And does he have to sell it under market just to be done within that 5-year period? Or can he actually meet extend it out more and get the fair market value out of that? Because there's a lot of cost involved in doing this. Putting in a road, the reclamation is going to cost him probably more than half of the revenue he's going to make off of this pit. So there are all kinds of regulations that he has to comply with. And I just don't think it should terminate automatically, because the SUP says that when the DEQ continues to approve. DEQ regulation is stringent and should be enough, along with the SUP conditions. I would assume that if planning and zoning got complaints and thought that maybe the SUP needed to be amended, they could initiate that process, but I don't think it should be automatic, because this is painful enough once.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Colin?
Yes.
Quick question. So you believe that the SUP conditions are transferable? The conditions, it wouldn't be between the county and the new owner with this agreement, but it would be just the SUP conditions are also transferable.
Commissioner Mangold, I am assuming so. I would ask Joy to chime in on that, because she deals with it more regularly than I do, but I don't know if it's a condition in the SUP or it just encumbers the property. So if your title commitment says you've got an SUP, I'm not quite sure. Maybe she could add to that, but I would think that it would carry forward. Or the permit could say that if the property is transferred, it's subject to the resolution could say if the property is transferred, it's transferred subject to the SUP. And if that person who bought it wanted to just not do it anymore, then that would be their choice. I hope that answered the question. I'm not quite sure of the answer.
Well, and I'm just worried that, a new owner would take over and say, well, those conditions were with the old owner, on the new one here, so it doesn't apply to me, so that would be a concern, but the idea that the conditions are transferable, I think that would hold a lot more water.
Madam Chairman, the SUP encumbers the conditions encumber the property. So I don't think that, I think that you're correct.
Ms. Hill, do you want to weigh in on that for a second, since you deal with these SUPs?
Sure. And if you don't mind, I'll just quickly answer to a couple of things that Colin said. So first of all, SUP runs with the land.
Okay.
You may condition the SUP expiring with transfer of ownership. It's been done before. But you may or may not choose to do that today. Colin questioned the SUP being inactive for a year. That is a regulatory rule. Our regulations state that if a permit is issued and the use is inactive for 12 months or more, then it automatically expires.
On all SUPs?
Yes, and building permits as well. So that is in the regulations. Term of the SUP ending with DEQ. So there was a lot of discussion at the P&Z Commission's hearing. Now, mind you, we did put Planning and Zoning Commission's recommended conditions in the staff report. They're on page 11. The reason that we are recommending different conditions or additional conditions is because of information we have learned since that hearing. So we have learned more about the state's permitting requirements. We understood, again, P&Z Commission did discuss wanting a condition about transfer of ownership. They forgot to put the condition in. It's there for your consideration. As usual, take or leave the conditions that you want. The neighboring concerns about the compatibility is what led to the 5-year. Originally, P&Z said 7. Then we learned about the 5-year expiration of the state permit. And so that's why Planning and Zoning Department came back with the suggestion to align that 5-year expiration with the state permit expiration. And P&Z Commission thought it would be reasonable to revisit the SUP in 5 years in case it is not compatible and in harmony with the neighborhood. So that was where that came from. Again, it is the board's discretion to determine ultimately what the conditions of approval will be.
Okay.
Did I cover everything?
Unfortunately.
Sorry.
Thank you. Madam Chairman. No, thank you, Joy. Just one comment, Madam Chairman, on that. When you look back over the years at the SUP and the MBAR-W SUP, it's the same findings about compatibility. So it would seem fair to allow it to continue to operate as long as it can meet DEQ requirements. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know, Mr. Jolovich, did you want to say anything? Come on.
Okay, we need to keep moving. We're walking on another public hearing here pretty soon. You'd identify yourself for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Jolovich. I'm here requesting your consideration of the SUP for a sand and gravel operation that would supply the public a reliable source of aggregate through a private contractor. It's my intent to improve and diversify the habitat in doing this, improve the grazing, improve habitat for wildlife. And I hope you will consider this and approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Yes, sir.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Brett Reed. I'm the represent MBAR-W LLC. And I think all the things that we talked about is great. I wanted just to shed a little bit of light on that transfer of ownership piece. Tony and I are neighbors, and he knows me and I know him, and I know how he's going to develop and take care of the property. And the transfer of ownership piece was in there yeah, the new owner may have to meet DEQ requirements still, but it's one thing to have an owner that's willing to meet DEQ requirements as opposed to an owner who's forced to meet DEQ requirements. And so that's why we requested that transfer of ownership. And it was also our comment about the SUP expiring in 5 years. But our intent was not to make them go through the entire SUP process, but in a sense, like the DEQ extension, to have an extension that would match that. But it would give the county an opportunity to have just a small review of that, and so that they could say, you know, things haven't been going quite like we talked about, and you know, maybe you need to work on these things, or yeah, everything is going good. Here's sign on the line, and away you go. And so those were kind of the background behind those two comments. The other thing that I wanted to throw out there is that we have an 8 to 5 operation, and those guys work well. They work probably a little bit more than that, crushing, and as far as us being the neighboring landowner, we're fine with like a 7:30 to 5:30 crushing time period, or maybe even a 7:30 to 6. But I think the 7 to 7 general operations, the pit, is fine with us. And of course, we were benefit of able to sell our gravel, and so we want Tony to be able to have the same benefit. But at the same time, we wanted that to kind of be in a shorter window. You know, having that extend out for 20, 25 years is really probably not what Tony wants, because he'd like to return to have a pond and get that moved out and be done with that. But we also would not like it to extend out there, because then that pretty much makes it more difficult to do other things with our land if we wanted to do something different besides ag in our land. So that's why we would prefer to have the shorter time frame, but it needs to be long enough so he can still get the gravel out. And so, but anyway, so those are my comments. Thank you for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Any other public comment?
Madam Chair, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you. Excuse me. Public hearing is closed.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I'd like to call for a continuance on this. I have a lot of discussion. I don't want to say anything, sound arrogant, but I have a lot of experience in this. I have my own gravel pit. I know there's a lot of questions, and I'd like to discuss with the board before we make this decision, and we're already 10 minutes over into the next public hearing. To the next available date on what is the date?
April
for
2nd.
Tuesday, April 2nd. Do you need a specific time?
We have to have a specific time.
You need a specific time and date.
I'm asking.
Molly should be able to provide it.
1:15 on April 2nd.
For a continuance at 1:15 on April 2nd.
Second.
Madam Chair, I have a question. Just like the board, the staff is going to be seeking clarification on the use of the pit for the general public. So I would like that on the record. We would like to discuss that as part of your discussion now that it's been brought to our attention.
On the second.
Yes. So I just want to put that on so we don't forget to discuss it.
It's on my notes as well.
Thank you.
That's not going to be new public testimony. That's coming from staff.
Yes, staff,
Okay.
well, we're seeking clarification on that.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, so we will put this on the agenda for 1:15 on April 2nd. Do you have a motion?
I said we have.
Oh, sorry. All those in favor of the motion to move this to a decision to April 2nd at 1:15?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? A motion carries. So 1:15 on April 2nd for a decision. That is not an extension of the public hearing. That is a decision by the board.
Madam Chair, who seconded?
I did. Lee.
Thank you.
Ditch president.
Ditch president.
Did you say ditch? Oh, okay.
Okay, you guys. We do need to keep moving. We have another public hearing scheduled this time. This public hearing is for Milborn Seeds, SUP 257.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The staff report packet has been provided to you previously and should be part of the record. Milburn Seeds Incorporated submitted a special use permit application, including payment and supporting documentation on January 8th, 2024. And a revised application and information was received on January 24th due to minor changes in the proposed facility and the addition of a separate office building. The special
Excuse me,
use.
Just a second, Jenny. Gentlemen, could you take your conversation out of the room, please, so we can hear? Please. Thank you. It's kind of hard to hear in here anyway. Thank you, Jenny. Sorry.
Thank you. So the applicant is requesting approval of the special use permit to operate a seed cleaning and packaging facility. It will operate on approximately 7 acres of a 101 acre parcel in a 9,600 square foot building. It will consist of 1,600 feet of a receiving facility, 3,200 square feet production area, and a 4,800 square foot flat storage space for seed. And then a separate 1,500 square foot office building is also proposed. Our 2015 development standards and regulations apply. The use is classified as a value-added agricultural business. Ownership has been affirmed by a warranty deed in our records. The property is 101 acres within part of Farm Unit F, which is Lot 7, Section 14 of Township 55 North, Range 101 West. It is approximately 10 miles west of Powell, half mile east of the intersection of County Road 20 and Lane 10 on the north side of Lane 10. It is currently unaddressed. It's in a GRP zoning district and value-added agricultural business uses are permitted, providing a special use permit is approved. Neighboring land uses are ag and residential. The property is currently irrigated farmland. It is generally flat and little change in elevation. Legal notice requirements have been met, and the application was forwarded to relevant agencies for their comment. Black Hills Energy can serve the project. Heart Mountain Irrigation District stated an adequate culvert will be required at the access point from lane 10, so the course of the water and the community return flow ditch being crossed will not be obstructed. If the landowner, contractor, leaseholder damages a Heart Mountain Irrigation District underground clay drain, they need to be aware that cost for repair will be the responsibility of the landowner, and the district will need to be notified, and the owner will need to obtain a crossing agreement. Park County Fire District 1 can provide fire suppression services, provided sufficient access for their equipment exists. Garland Light and Power has formulated a plan to build power service for the project. Heart Mountain Water Well Services anticipates finding water on the property by a well. However, they cannot guarantee the depth of the aquifer or gallons per minute. DEQ summarized their notifications, permits required. Game and Fish is managing to reduce elk damage to ag and are beginning to experience pronghorn damage within the project area. The Department of Fire Prevention and Electrical Safety will require a review and approval of building and electrical plans prior to the start of construction. Park County Treasurer confirmed the property taxes have been paid. Park County Weed and Pest will not require long-term noxious weed management plan. Park County Public Works can issue an address once they've obtained building permits. Additional traffic generated by the use is not expected to result in a change in classification. Any new access shall comply with road and bridge standards and shall require a right-of-way permit. Public Works recommended the Air Quality Division of DEQ be contacted to verify any permitting requirements. A drainage and erosion control plan shall be submitted to Park County Public Works for review and approval prior to issuance of any building permits. And they are not requiring a geotech report. They will not allow parking within the county road right-of-way, and designated parking and staging areas shall include a crushed gravel surface or paving to ensure all weather access and to control fugitive dust. All improvements shall comply with our standards and regulations, including setbacks, right-of-way permitting, and addressing. The soils report found that primarily the soils are rated not limited for small commercial buildings and dwellings with or without basements. A small percent of the soils are rated somewhat limited due to shrink swell. They are very limited to not limited for septic tank absorption fields due to filtering capacity and slow water movement. The primary soil type is not considered prime farmland. A permit will be required from the Air Quality Division of the Wyoming DEQ after the applicant reached out to them. A member of the public had commented that this facility would be a great asset for the area farmers and encouraged approval of the facility at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the special use permit application on February 14th and recommended approval in resolution 2024-08. The applicant has stated how compatibility will be achieved. The project is being built in an ag area and it complements the area's adjacent use. Business hours will be Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. The seed cleaning facility will operate July through March. For the remainder of the year, operations will include warehousing and shipping of the packaged seed from the facility. And it is capable of handling 2 million pounds of product each year. The applicant anticipates hiring 2 to 3 full-time employees and 2 to 3 part-time employees for operation of the facility. A well will be drilled for domestic water and a septic system installed. An equipment interlocked central dust collection system will ensure the facility remains free from dust and particulates. A total of 28 parking spaces are proposed for the use. The applicant anticipates 70 inbound and outbound truckloads of product from July through March annually. The material is already being handled by truck traffic in and around the county, and the construction of this facility should reduce the distance this material is being transported before being cleaned and processed, and will provide added value to farmers in the area. Trucks will be unloaded in a 20 by 80 receiving area on the south side of the facility. There will not be any stockpiles of seed or bulk storage for unclean seed outside of the indoor facility. The facility will meet the setback from the center of County Lane 10, or from the road right of way, excuse me. No covenants are proposed or existing on the property. They will have dusk to dawn lights next to all exterior doors of the building. There are no known nonconformities on the property and no nuisances have been reported. Factors relating to compatibility and impacts have been sufficiently addressed, we feel, and suggest the proposed use will be in harmony and compatible with surrounding land uses and with the neighborhood. Access is proposed from County Lane 10. A well water sample was taken from a nearby well at 968 Road 21, and all results are satisfactory. The seed cleaning facility will be 9,600 square feet, requiring 24 parking stalls, and the office building 1,500 square feet, requiring 4 parking stalls, for a total of 28 parking stalls that are required to serve the use, and they have been provided. Prior to construction, the applicant will be required to obtain proper permits for the septic system from our office. Based on data from other nearby small wastewater systems, it looks like soils will adequately support a conventional system for the use. Any signs will be required to be reviewed and potentially permitted by the county if required. Solid waste disposal services are available through private companies. Adequate utilities, public services, and infrastructure appear to be available for the use. No specific criteria are identified for this use. The use is in an ag overlay district, but no aspects of the proposed use are expected to impact surrounding ag uses or be impacted by ag surrounding it. The project is proposed on a marginal area of productive farmland, and the majority of the parcel will remain in ag production. Site plan review is required for the use. No hazardous substances are expected to be produced, stored, or handled on the property. It is not expected to impact any lakes, reservoirs, streams, federal wetlands. A runoff and erosion control plan is required. Nuisance regulations apply. Any impacts to air quality will be mitigated by required permitting from the DEQ Air Quality Division. The applicant has met all requirements for site plan review, and all site plan standards have been adequately addressed. The use is in a Cody Powell rural planning area, so special site plan review is not required. Planning staff recommends approval of the Millborn Seeds SUP with the following conditions of approval. Number 1, Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Number 2, prior to commencement of the use, the applicant shall provide a copy of an approved permit from the Wyoming DEQ Air Quality Division to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 3, prior to construction and commencement of the use, the applicant will be required to obtain the proper permits for a small wastewater system from the Park County Planning and Zoning Department. Number 4, prior to construction and commencement of the use, the applicant will be required to obtain the proper permits for all structures and signs from the Park County Planning and Zoning Department. Number 5, prior to construction and commencement of the use, the applicant will be required to obtain the proper permits for a right-of-way and access from the Park County Public Works Department. Number 6, prior to commencing the use, the applicant shall install an adequate culvert at the access point from lane 10 as required by Heart Mountain Irrigation District. Number 7, prior to construction and commencement of the use and prior to issuance of building permits by the Planning and Zoning Department, the applicant will be required to obtain approval of a drainage and erosion control plan from the Park County Public Works Department. Number 8, prior to construction and commencement of the use, the applicant shall obtain approval from the Wyoming Department of Fire Prevention, and Electrical Safety of building and electrical plans. And number 9, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing, so I would ask if there is any public here that would like to speak to this request. Melbourne Seeds SUP.
Move to close public hearing, Madam Chair.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to one clerical on top of page 17. You have it listed as staff recommendations, and it should be staff findings and facts.
Yes, thank
Just so
you.
that it was
I'm not sure how I did that, but I see.
30 some conditions.
Yeah,
Yeah, 40, you don't have 49 conditions.
No.
Okay,
yes, we don't want that.
okay, right. No, or more than that, actually. Anyway,
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Melbourne SUP 257
With conditions.
as written with conditions, staff conditions.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the request for Melbourne Seeds SUP 257 with conditions as listed. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Just one clarification, and that was the condition for the 11 listed or 7 listed, not the 82.
There's 9, actually. There's 9 listed.
9.
Okay,
Well, there's not, but the
right, there's not, no. you're
staff
right.
recommendations listed in the document, there's 82.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
Resolution 2024-14.
Thank you.
thank you.
Crazy.
I know.
Little shift here. Okay, we'll make it work. Thank you for the work today. Next thing on our agenda, Phil Crampton, Public Health Nurse Manager. We haven't seen you for a while. Welcome.
As it should. Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm here. I had one topic. It's expanded before, but they're all real short.
Okay.
Topic 1, the CDC recently recommended for 65 and older that those that are 4 months out from their last dose of COVID vaccine are recommended to get another dose. From our standpoint, we purchased 100 doses late last year. I advised you of that. It cost us $12,000. Currently at my budget, I'm at 85% expended for my vaccine line. And I just wanted to have the discussion with you about whether we should purchase more. With the caveat that Walgreens, Walmart, and Costco all provide the vaccine, and we've been heavily dependent on them. Our phone calls are not overwhelming. In fact, I think I've counted 5 in the last week asking, should we get it? Do you have it? On the benefit side, we did join a new purchasing group. So our costs improved per 10 dose pack, which reduced the cost by $80.50. Not a great deal. But at this point, unless you have a different opinion, I think we probably are doing fine with what we've got right now. If I need to, after the first of the fiscal year, we can readdress this situation. But with as many partners as I have in the community already giving the vaccine, you know, it took us 3 months to get rid of those 100 doses. And with the reduced request volume right now, I would say we could probably do without for the time being.
Commission have any concerns?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay. Secondly, the MOU is coming out here in the next few weeks. And a question has been brought up and I finally got an answer regarding it. We can include in the MOU that our state or our county grant nurse could be allowed to drive the public health state car. There is a provision in state regulation regarding that. All you would have to do would be prove you've got insurance and, you know, assume all the liability issues or whatever. We can include that statement in the upcoming MOU. And as I understand it, Jane, whose last name escapes me, from WIC, she is already afforded that opportunity through a contract through WIC. So.
Any concerns with the state nurse and the vehicle?
Nope.
Okay, nope.
Okay. Finally, or secondarily, we have another grant, workforce services grant. The total is $41,240 to be used through 2027. Mr. Skorik has the contract on his desk. The AG's office has signed it. I've been kind of dragging my feet on it, but it's going to give me some opportunities to, like, for my nurses to take courses that would take money out of my MCH and TANF grants, such as certified lactation consultant. Other things that we can do for the next 2 cycles for nursing licenses. This grant will pay for all the staff for their nursing licenses, which is $105 every 2 years. So for 6 of us, that's a pretty good deal. And then we're, you know, it gives us the opportunity to do things like I have an opportunity right now to do a group meeting, get to know each other. We're a fairly new staff, but I found somebody that would do that for us. So those are some ideas about what the grant is for. So it'll be on your way as soon as Mr. Skorik re-reviews it, signs it, and sends it your way.
Okay.
All right. And finally, the big day is upon us. In May 2nd, 2025, I will be saying adios to Park County Public Health. Surviving, if I survive that.
You did say 2025.
I did.
Okay.
Jackie, my immediate boss, read it, flashed over it, and thought it was this year, and she panicked.
Okay.
No, we got a year to figure it out.
Okay.
We talked about working on my replacement. We kind of think we have an idea, but I've elected to step back from that process, but one of you may be requested to sit on an interview panel when that time comes.
Okay.
So
let us know.
Just so you're aware.
Okay.
All right. That's
Okay.
all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next thing on our agenda, our apologies for running a few minutes late. We have an interview with Park County Travel Council, John Parsons. Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Yes.
John Parsons, I'm here to apply for the Park County Travel Council appointee position. I know most of you and have been here a couple of times, maybe 3 other times. So I guess I'll open it up for questions.
I guess the first thing, if you tell us a little bit about your background and then your time on the board so far, since you are the incumbent.
Okay, so second generation Wyoming native, moved to Cody about 30 years ago. Purchased the Bill Cody Guest Ranch and Dude Ranch and ran that for about 11 years and sold it. That's when I first got involved with Park County Travel Council. I was a grantee applicant, and we were having trouble getting money because we weren't a chamber of commerce and we weren't a nonprofit. So took it upon myself with a couple of the other ranch owners up there to form the Lodges of East Yellowstone Chamber of Commerce so that we could get some money and promote those lodges up there. Switched to the other side shortly after that, had some experience with the Chamber of Commerce and decided I'd rather be on the Park County Travel Council side of things. So giving money away instead of asking for money was a little better. Moved into that. I think this would be my 4th term on the Travel Council. I've served as chair and vice chair, I think twice as chairman, 3 times as vice chair. I'm currently vice chair. I really have no agenda or hidden agenda of why I want to be on the Travel Council. I'm, just merely wanting to give back. I think it's important to give back. I think I add value to the travel industry. I have a lot of connections and experience. When I'm involved in something, I'm involved. And so I think I've missed 6 meetings in the 3 different appointee times that I've been there. I make it to Cheyenne to the Governor's Tourism Conference every year. I didn't make it this year. I had a conflict. I couldn't be there, but I'm kind of all in. I get involved in committee work. I think I'm meeting with you maybe next week on the air. Trying to get airlines here. I've worked, on a lot of the projects tirelessly. I think I add leadership and value to the Travel Council. We've lost a few pretty good old time guys. Ted Blair, Rick Hohenhausen is retiring this year. I think it's important that we have some old knowledge and some history there. Or else I probably wouldn't be running, but I felt like it was an important time to keep that there, and I was asked to stay there. So I think that's rambling on a little bit there, but I think that paints the picture.
You did. Questions?
John, thanks for coming in. You usually, if there's an incumbent on board, I'm all aboard. But we had some good applicants that had come in. We just want to talk to you a little bit. I know I've served with John on a board before, and he was invaluable. We're sad to see you leave Booster Club, but as far as the one strength that you have on this Travel Council that you're currently serving on, could you tell us about the strength or the strengths that you add to the Travel Council?
Well, I think that that knowledge and leadership quality. I've been there through the 2 different executive directors that we have. So I have that history and knowledge of what we've tried that's worked and hasn't worked. We've kind of taken it to a different level in gear since Ryan Hawk came in. Not without, some bumps in the road and trying some things that maybe didn't work. So I think, my strength is that knowledge and being there. And I think that, not having an agenda, I don't have a hospitality business. I think all of our businesses maybe are touched by it in a second or third way, but I think I'm there just to make sure that we put heads on beds and that we do what's best for Park County. I love Matitsi and Powell. I served on boards in both those communities also. So it's not just for me or for Cody, it's, for Park County.
Thank you.
Questions?
I do not. Thanks for applying again, John.
Any questions?
Thanks for having me. No.
Okay.
Wow.
I think we're good.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
I won't waste any more time.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Mhm.
Madam Chair, I vote that we reappoint John Parsons to the Park County Travel Council.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to reappoint John Parsons to the Park County Travel Council. Any further discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, I just want to say, I asked him to come in because I wanted, I mean, it's not often we get really good applicants. And I think we could have done well with the other two as well, but he's obviously still engaged and enthused and that was mostly what I wanted to see. It's just that he didn't reapply just to help us out. And I think we can continue to do good.
Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Geez, we're a couple minutes ahead.
What?
I know, back on schedule. The next thing for our consideration is the MOU for using e-poll book, and that would be from the county elections office.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the time today. This, as you stated, is your consideration to approve or disapprove of the interagency agreement between the state of Wyoming, Office of the Secretary of State, and Park County Clerk's Office. This is an agreement that would allow Park County to utilize the state's e-poll book system that is connected to the voter registration system on a statewide basis. As we discussed in our March 5th meeting, that was open meeting to work session that we had with you folks, we explained the ins and outs of the e-poll book system, and we discussed the MOU at length as well. And then we discussed the budget for that at that time as well. So your discussion today and your decision today would be kind of twofold. It I believe opens up the budget to a budget amendment to allow the Park County Elections Office to purchase the equipment and the necessary to operate the e-poll books, as well as the on-site support that's mandated by the Secretary of State's office per the MOU. So we're looking at the budget amendment that you would by approving the MOU would be then agreeing to the budget amendment down the road at the end of fiscal year 24. So, Madam Chairman, that's really all I have to add to the conversation today.
Mr. Odie, one of the questions that came up at our work session over this had to do with connectivity in different areas of the county, which can be an issue, as we all know. And I think it was Commissioner Mangold asked you about the ability to maybe do this process in some locations where connectivity and things are available, and stay with hand poll books in areas where it's not. What is your thought process on that at this point?
Madam Chairman, thank you for that question. That's we did discuss that. And at our training last week with the Secretary of State's office, we talked to several of the pilot counties. Natrona County uses a system similar to that, where they have connectivity issues in several of their smaller locations, and they use paper poll books in those locations. So they use the e-poll book in their large locations with good connectivity, but they do have, as Commissioner Mangold described it, a hybrid type system. So that would be an option that we would be amenable to working with, because connectivity at Mountain View Clubhouse is the one that truly is in question.
Commissioner?
Madam Chair, Hans, there's also been concerns expressed out there of if connectivity is lost at any site, will you have the paper poll books at every site for a backup if connectivity is lost?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Livingston, if connectivity is lost, we can work on the local operation or the local part of that computer. So that poll book will be downloaded on that computer and we'll be able to work off of that, as I understand it. So paper poll books, we are required by the MOU to have is it a poll list? It is a poll list. Again, we are required we're required to have an entire list of registered voters from the entire county at each polling location. So we could check off from there, and that information will have their name, party representation, and their precinct and address and everything that we could work off that if necessary.
Commissioner?
Madam Chair, Hans, you might have covered this, but how long has this system been actively certified by the state? Do you know?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Stewart, thank you. What the state rolled this out in 2022. E-poll books have been used since, I'm going to say 2018 in Laramie County with a third-party vendor down there. But in 2022, the Secretary of State's office pushed out a pilot program to Teton, Natrona, Fremont counties. And then right now there's about 4 or 5 more counties that are going through this exact same issue right now and working with their commissioners to bring on e-poll books in their counties as well.
At one point in the last time, and we've received a couple emails about conversations from Fremont County that they had issues. Could you explain that a little bit?
Madam Chairman, I'd be glad to explain that. So what they had in the primary election is in Du Bois, their data, pardon me, the data refreshes every 90 seconds. And what was happening is the data that they started with in the morning refreshed and piled on top of the old data and refreshed and piled on top of the 2 old datas and kept doing that all day long until the data got so large that it was not able to continue to refresh as it was supposed to. For the general election, they solved that, and they actually solved it pretty well later on election day, primary election day, but they were able to continue working. I will also tell you that Fremont County, by using e-poll books, caught 3 felons up front before they voted in the 2022 general election. So that's one of the aspects of this system that has been touted, is that it does these checks up front as new voters are registering, and those are voters that we would catch here on paper poll books, but we would not catch them until after they had cast a ballot and we had put their voter information into our system in our office from their voter registration cards that they filled out at the polling locations. So we would still catch them, but they would have already cast a ballot at that point.
And they're not given a provisional ballot, so their ballot would have counted because you don't know that they're a problem.
Madam Chairman, that's correct.
Real quick on this is just, and we talked about it last time, but these e-poll books have anything to do with the actual vote being cast by the individual?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Livingston, they are not connected whatsoever. The ballot goes into the DS200 tabulator. You are checked in on the WyoReg e-poll book voter information system, statewide system that's going out and it's looking at with new registrants. It's looking at all counties to see if you've moved to Park County, and we can pull you in. So the short answer to that, Commissioner Livingston, is no, neither have anything to do with the other.
And I'm assuming with the fairly lengthy MOU that is requested by the Secretary of State's office, that the Secretary of State is okay with this process.
Madam Chairman, the Secretary of State has not come out and said we are mandating this system to any or all counties, but they also are allowing the project and to go forward and be and counties to voluntarily come on the system as they determine it's necessary for their county or wanted by their county.
Or can afford it.
Or can afford it. That's correct, Madam Chairman.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Just well, first a comment. My worry down the road is everybody has to have connectivity, and that when we get down the road and we got to tell people in Wapiti, you got to drive into Coke. You tell people in Clark, you have to drive into Coke in order for you to vote. And it's, that Wapiti is a small number, but it's still a gathering place on election day. And that's one of my concerns, that we go to all electronic voting. Another thing too is jumping in with all the precincts hooking up to e-polling, for our next election. Is it a possibility to maybe just use the Cody Auditorium and maybe the Hart Mountain Hall to try it out and see what bugs we have to start with before we delve into, we got to buy all these computers for all of the precincts all at once. Maybe just see how it works, sort of a trial run at the next election to use maybe our two biggest polling places and see if that works before we invest a lot of money, not only into the computers, but the last time you're talking about was satellites and setting that up. And that was very expensive for small amounts of voters. So I would feel better if we tried it out and see if there was any problems with it to start with at maybe the bigger polling sites. And if there are glitches, then we can catch it a lot quicker in that way than if it is a county-wide, we're jumping right into this.
Madam Chairman. Commissioner Mangold, I just want to clarify your first comment question. Do you believe that connectivity is going to diminish over time, or is that?
No,
I didn't quite, because I believe.
Hoping that everybody is connected.
Okay.
In the future.
Right. So as long as there's.
I won't mention towers on the North Fork, but.
Please. So, Madam Chairman, Commissioner Mangold, I just wanted to understand where you're coming from. I don't believe that if there's connectivity, I mean, I don't know why we would, go down the road of pulling people in.
Right. And then I'm just saying that if there never is a connectivity, a good connectivity out there, that I'm worried that in the future, the clerk might say, you guys have to come to town.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Mangold, I completely understand where you're coming from now. Thank you. So on the second part of your question, which was, could we try this at our larger locations? We actually discussed that this morning, and that's a real possibility that we would be amenable to working that out. We actually talked about our three large locations, which would be the rec center and here in Cody, the auditorium, and then Hart Mountain Hall in Powell. So, but we, again, we can, now that we understand better, like how Natrona County has done it, and with the, as you said, the hybrid system, we think that we could work with that.
I understand the Secretary of State and his concern, and I like the fact that you can catch people right away in real time. And I understand that. Maybe this is way in the future, but I think we're Natrona and Laramie County, we're in the early stages of it, in Fremont County as well. And I'm sure they ran into some glitches. And instead of investing a lot of money at the very start on this to see what exactly we need, that's what I would suggest, that we go with the 3 large precincts, or the 3 large polling areas, the rec center, the Hard Mountain Hall, and the auditorium, to maybe experiment on it.
I do want to say, when we talk about costs, several of the emails that I received indicated a $600,000 cost. That is not correct. Was $60,000 originally, just to be clear, so everybody understands what we're talking about here when we talk about the cost. Thank you.
Madam Chair, not really a question for hands, but in discussion on this, as I spoke last time, I feel like, I'm not saying it's a totally bad idea, and I'm not really the most tech savvy person up here, but I do know that technology changes very rapidly. And so whatever we invest this year in 2 years may be outdated. And I feel like we're looking at a solution, looking for a problem. We don't currently have issues that we are aware of, and they would be caught. Using our existing system, we're still going to have that protection of voter integrity. And I don't see how this, other than captures it right away.
I think that's the issue that Hans mentioned, was especially catching the felon votes, because those,
You're still catching them.
you're catching them 2 weeks later, but their votes have already been
And
cast.
how many have we ever caught? We've never
I'm just
caught it.
telling you that was
We
the
don't
problem.
have that problem. My point is, we're
That's
spending
not true, Madam Chairman.
monies.
We do have an issue.
I've asked that
we
last
have
time. You said,
caught
yeah.
felons in the past.
Yes.
Well, I misunderstood. I asked you last time we had this meeting,
Right.
and do we have an issue in Park County?
Yes.
How?
We have had an issue in the past.
How many?
But it's rare. I will give you that, Commissioner Thiel. It is rare. However, it has happened. There was one very high profile one happened. Oh, I'm going to say it was 2012.
And were they prosecuted?
They were.
No, let me ask you this. You mentioned they caught 3 in Natrona County. Is that correct?
No, sir. That's in Fremont County.
Fremont.
Mhm.
Were they automatically prosecuted? Were they captured right there and prosecuted? Or did they just leave?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Thiel, they just left, as far as I know of.
If you have a paper copy, they sign it, you can find them. If they're caught immediately trying to commit fraud, you don't have the chance of prosecution.
Madam
Not law
Chairman,
enforcement, I'm just saying.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Thiel, we would have their paper copy because they would still fill out a voter registration form. So we still have their information. I just don't know. I don't know. I'm not in law enforcement. I'm not a prosecutor. So I don't know what the process would be there if we caught somebody ahead of time, if they are committing a crime by offering, or if they have to actually commit the crime by registering when they are a felon. I think that is left to the sheriff's office and the prosecutor to decide that. And so I can't comment beyond that, Madam Chairman, Commissioner Thiel.
And I guess that is a concern I have, Madam Chair, is the fact that if you automatically get a red flag, they actually haven't committed the crime. They just have been registered, said, oh, I forgot, I was registered somewhere else. If they actually vote, once they've voted twice, they actually have committed the fraud.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Thiel, we hear all the time in our business in election administration, even one bad vote is a bad vote.
Commissioner Livingston.
All the time.
Madam Chair, I don't know, all of us should have gotten it. We just received an email from Secretary Gray.
Oh, good.
And it says, I'm listening to the meeting right now because when I sent a request to be able to public comment, I was not provided a link for public comment. Part of that's because this isn't a public hearing. I guess all of it is because it's not a public hearing. But his following comment is there are some statements that have been made that I feel the need to clarify. The discretion for e-poll books lies with the county clerk, which is made clear in 22-1-102. I guess, yeah, I can't even read that with my glasses.
No.
The legislature appropriated funds for the e-poll book system, which was put in place by my predecessor. So the program was already in place when I entered office. I have expressed numerous times to the county clerks my concerns with the e-poll book system leading to polling place consolidation and also the connectivity issues. I think we've addressed both of them. So that
Madam Chairman.
Secretary of State.
Yes.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to just thank Secretary Gray for chiming in.
Okay,
We appreciate that.
Any further discussions, questions?
If we move forward, just like I do kind of like Chairman or Commissioner Mangold. Bumping you up.
No, don't do that, please.
Commissioner Mangold's suggestion about a kind of a trial run if we're going to move forward with this.
The 60,000 estimate that you had last time was all polling places. So what would that number then look like? And I know there's been discussion, well, how do you put a price tag on an actual vote? But this is not voting. This is just registering.
Yes.
Madam Chairman,
No.
Commissioner Thiel, it's all part of the process. You can't separate one from the other. You have to be able to check in. You have to be able to register. You don't want felons voting. You don't want out of county people voting that are not eligible. I mean, they're all interconnected. You cannot separate voter registration from voting. You've been an election judge and you've seen that. And so
My point
are
is
very
you can
well,
be registered.
very
and
well
still not
versed in
vote.
that. Yeah. So, but to your question, what we figured if we did the Cody Rec, Cody Auditorium, and the Powell Heart Mountain Hall would be about just short of 39,000. So 38,575 is what we figured based on the information that we got from IT, and we've been working very close with them. So.
Commissioner?
Madam Chair, I think something's been overlooked here that we talked about last time is the efficiency of the locations. And about how much more efficient the voting process would be. But I guess my concern is the newness of the technology. And I kind of hesitate to jump into it without seeing it play out a little bit further. I know the efficiency is huge, and as well as the registration part of it. I'm having a hard time soaking that in just for it being so new. It's kind of tough for me, but I see a need. Maybe I think I see a need at some point, but once I have more information and can see it play out a little bit longer.
Hence, do you have any information from any of the other counties that did do this before? What their thought processes are on change in efficiency or lines of voters or that type of info? Has that question been asked?
Madam Chairman, yes. So I do not have anything in writing. I do not have anything scientific. I have anecdotal evidence from a county clerk that's been county clerk for nearly 40 years in Fremont County, who said that their processes were greatly enhanced by the efficiency of having voters check in electronically on the electronic poll books. It reduced their number of errors in their from paper poll book to electronic poll book because you're checking people in right there on the computer. There's no checking the person in on a paper poll book and then that paper poll book coming back to us at our location. And then again, we're checking them in on the computer. we're just moving the step forward one step. And it did diminish their lines. They were much more efficient at their polling locations. Again, anecdotal evidence that is not, there's nothing scientific about that other than the fact that the clerk freeze has been there for a long time and done it for many, many years and very well at her job. So
I'm gonna question the money one more time. If we only did those 3 sites, some of our discussion at the work session had to do with the fact that some of these computers that need to be bought to do this process, it's a one-time thing using them through the e-poll book situation, and then they sit for a couple of years. So they could be refurbished, cleaned, and put into use in other areas of the county. 2 years from now, I have no idea what technology is going to look like or what we're going to do at that point. But how much of this is the computers that are actually normally bought on a yearly or bi-yearly basis by the IT department anyway? And how much of this is cost that is directly related only to this use?
Madam Chairman, our discussion with IT, and they are here and can speak to that also. But our discussion with them is that they're going to use computers that are in stock. They will be able to wipe them and utilize those. And then when they come back from the general election, they'll be able to wipe them again and put them right into service in other offices that might need them.
Okay. So this 38,000 does not include those computers.
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you.
Those computers we have to buy every year anyway, and we just take them, clean in the box.
Okay.
Set them up, put them up the election, pull them back in and redistribute where they were going to go anyway.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I have one question. Okay. Mostly, within the MOU or at the state level, is there anything in there about, I know I think we've all gotten quite a few different emails and some of it I can make sense of it, some of it I can't, but is there any discussion of auditing what has been collected by this? And I know that you're fully convinced that there's absolutely no possible way for corruption or hacking in and falsifying these different registries, if you will, for voting. But how are they ever double checked once they're at the state level or the county level, as far as that goes?
Are we checking registration or are we checking
registration? Because that's what e-polling does, is it registers the votes. What you'd have, you turn into the state, right? I'm trying to play devil's advocate here with some of the emails that I've got, that the possibility that those could be corrupted, those numbers, or there could be falsified registries. Is there any way of assessing that or auditing that?
Madam Chairman, I don't know what happens at the state level, but at the local level, if we somehow have a large influx in numbers of registered voters, we are going to notice that. Between the two of us, we're going to notice that, and we're going to investigate that. And at that point, we're going to go to the Secretary of State's office and to their IT director, and we're going to find out why that is. And we're going to, but we should reconcile at the end of every day, of the end of every election day. And we should be able to reconcile back our voter registration numbers to our ballot numbers. Everything would reconcile. And then that's also canvassed at the end of the week by the county canvass board. And then those results are canvassed by the state canvass board. So
that's my point, is I have been an election judge and we do reconcile all the votes. Multiple times.
Right.
And I am convinced that is and you say we should.
No.
My question is there anything requiring us, if we use this e-poll, to do that?
Madam Chairman, statute requires that we reconcile at the end of the election day.
Not the votes, not the election, the registries.
The registration. So we will I'm not following you. I don't think we're following each other. Madam Chairman, Commissioner Thiel, we're going to reconcile the number of voters that we had throughout the day on election day, including absentee voters, to what our registered voters that voted. We're going to take those and combine those together and reconcile that at the end of the election day. I'm not understanding where you're going
If
with
I
the
can
line of
find one of my
questioning.
emails, I was questioned whether you could, possibility of this e-poll where you're registered, if you want to.
Well,
I think
if
you
I
got the
can
same one.
go to this from a different direction, yes, and I think you and I've had this conversation a little bit. We have so many registered voters on the morning of the election, and you have those in, and they are on the computer and they're on the paper form. You have a lot of people on times that come in during the election and go ahead and fill out a registration form and register at the polls.
Correct.
At the end of the day, you have to match the number that actually voted with who you've checked off on the poll books and the additional
And the new registries.
forms.
That's correct.
So if the e-poll book was hacked, using that term, and someone added a voter in the e-poll book, you will not rectify that because your numbers will not match between the paper registrations and the original poll book. Is that correct? You will notice a problem.
Madam Chairman, that's correct.
Okay, does that?
It answers my question on election day.
Okay.
But it still doesn't answer the fact that the e-poll could multiple, if it were hacked. They don't have to vote that day. But somebody could hack in and put in 200 different voters.
Madam Chairman, so let's say that happens, and those 200 additional voters do not get. We don't catch them. I don't think that's going to happen, but let's say that happens. And they don't vote on the general election day. Is that what you're saying?
Or
You're saying,
primary.
or yeah. So general election is one I'm most concerned about, because if they don't vote on the general election day in January, we're going to purge them. We're going to send them a card that says, hey, you didn't vote in the general election. If they're a fake person and with a fake address, that card's going to come back to us, and we're going to purge them by law. We have to purge after every general election. And in 22, what happens typically in a general election with a presidential campaign on it goes dramatically up. Okay. The number of registries goes dramatically up. And then those people don't come back and vote in the midterm election in 22. We sent out 6,000 purge notices in 22 after the 22 election. And only 2,000 of those people responded to those. So we had 4,000 people that dropped off of our rolls. Wyoming has the cleanest rolls in the nation because of our process. If those 200 people that were arbitrarily put in after a hack, they would be purged. They would have never, and if they didn't vote, as you say in your example, they would be purged, and then they would not come back on our rolls. Not sure. I hope I'm going down the right path here for you, Commissioner Thiel. But if WyoReg has been hacked, the Secretary of State's office is going to know that. They've got all the appropriate safeguards on the system. It's hosted in 2 different locations across the nation that are secret sites that we have a mirror of each of them, both updated real time. So I think I think where you're going with that, I understand your scenario, but I believe it to be quite unlikely.
Okay. Any other thoughts? So our decision today, based on two things. One is if we sign the MOU, we could condition it on locations if we so choose. But we are also then, if we sign the MOU, agreeing to about a $38,500 possible budget amendment, depending on how the elections department budget comes out at the end of the year. Correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Just, Madam Chair, just a clarification, the added equipment that is needed can be used throughout the year, right? It just won't be used on election day. Is that what you're saying? Like the laptops that are needed can be used by the county?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Mangold, yes.
The laptops we already own though.
Madam Chair. Just one question, if we sign this, is it gonna wait up?
Oh, I don't think we have to do it. We're just saying if we do it, we will follow these guidelines and have that guarantee. That's my understanding of the MOU. No, and if we got through the primary and decided it didn't do what we thought it was going to do, we can go back.
Madam Chairman, there's a 90-day opt-out
Opt-out.
clause in the MOU, yes. So,
Close.
yeah,
Okay.
in May.
Okay. Pleasure of the board. What do you want to do?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the MOU with the test out polling locations of the Harm Mountain Hall, the rec center, and the auditorium. And approve the 38.5 for equipment that the county will be able to use later.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? It dies for lack of a second. Is there any other motion? Okay.
Just discussion. I appreciate all the work that they've done on this, and I think it's worth continuing to pursue and investigate to see how the system works. See what I think is worth pursuing, but with more research and information.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
One final comment. I'd like to thank the board for your thoughtful consideration. You guys went through a lot, and I can't blame you. I can't fault you for your decision. And but I do very much appreciate your open ear and your openness to listen to us about this. And we will continue to perform and administrate elections in Park County to the highest integrity of our ability. And we appreciate your thought process through all this. And we will continue to work with you. And as Commissioner Stewart said, we will investigate and we will be back with this issue in 26. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, this commissioner meeting will reconvene at the Cody Auditorium at 1:15. Thank you.
Also, that meeting, that first. They got 1:15.
Yeah, because I didn't want to come here and have 10 minutes to get done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your consideration.
Well,
Thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you for
Okay, the next thing on our agenda will be Brian Edwards, Park County Engineer, Public Works Department. The release of retainage funds to Fowler Construction for the Powell Shop at the landfill. Brian and Travis? Is that one on?
That's
Yes, it's okay.
okay. Thanks, Madam Chair. As you stated, we're finishing up the maintenance shop at the Powell landfill. And we, a couple months ago, reached a substantial completion point, and we advertised in the local papers for the release of retainage, which that end of that 41-day notice period was March 15th. They're requesting final payment, filing their construction for that project. The final total project was about $1,012,000, and we have about 90 some, like in the retainage held, and that so at this time we'd like to request release of the retainage plus any interest that's accrued. The fireman did a good job on the project. The issues that we've got on the cisterns are Fowler's helping us, but it's really our issue because we bought the tanks outside the contract. So, but we're working together to fix those. So it's really separate from this.
Did you receive any public or any comment from subs?
No public comments or no comments with any claims, and we received clean release waivers from all the subs, and yeah, so no problems.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Second.
Been moved and seconded.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the release of retainage funds to Fowler Construction for the Powell Shop construction. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion
Madam
passes.
Chair, just a clarification too, so it'd be release of any retainage funds and interest.
And interest,
But
okay.
that's just a.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Zero 906.
092.
Oh, she told me 0922. Okay.
0922.
Capitalized as a capital auditorium or? Okay, so it does that.
No, just auditorium.
Oh.
Use that next time. There's still good.
Okay, good afternoon. County Commissioners will reconvene our meeting with the hearing on the land use plan. So just a couple things that we'll go over to begin with. Welcome you all here and super glad to see people paying attention to what we're doing and how this plan may work with Park County. The first thing, we do have a sign up list, and I'll be going down that list with names, and I'll apologize right now for the names that I don't get quite right, because I'm sure that's going to happen. This plan was certified by the Planning and Zoning Commission on January 23rd. Most of you know that we've been at this for 2 years. Planning and Zoning Commission approved it one time before. When it came to the county commissioners, we had a little bit of pushback in several areas, so we took it back. We reworked it through 2 work sessions, and then Planning and Zoning worked it again and certified it to us. So when you speak today, I'm going to ask a couple things. Number one, you'll have 2 minutes. Molly will be timing. She'll raise her hand when you have 30 seconds left. And at the end of 2 minutes, she will tell me time, and we would respect for you to sit down at that time. The rules are no one can yield their time to anyone else. Each person has 2 minutes. They've also told us through the IT that you kind of have to really be close to that mic. This meeting is being recorded, so we'd appreciate it if you would talk loudly into the mic. So with that, I'd like to get started. And the first person signed up on our list is Charles Kirk.
I'd like to briefly address the issue of housing availability and affordability. And I'm not talking about welfare housing. I'm talking about housing for the ordinary working men and women. 6 of the 12 planning areas have been set aside to explore potential limitations on short-term rentals. This is important because short-term rentals have adversely impacted the housing market, limiting availability of long-term rentals and artificially inflating the cost of housing, making houses unaffordable except for the more affluent. And a quick buck has encouraged purchases of housing for short-term rentals, not to visitors, not housing for locals. This creates a problem for local businesses. They can't afford to pay the higher wages necessary for employees to purchase or rent housing. And there's been a terrific turnover of employees. Our place went out of business. There's a town in Montana going extinct because a major employer could not pay high enough wages for housing. The plan omits exploring limitations in 3 important areas: Cody Powell Rural, Lower South Fork, and Powell Local. Housing prices in these areas impact housing prices in other areas. People commute to jobs from long distances to get affordable housing. The limitation on short-term rentals is a problem throughout the county. It impacts housing prices everywhere. It also impacts those who purchased or obtained long-term rentals or housing years ago. When housing prices escalate, so do property taxes. And for the less affluent and retired, it's a great problem. My property tax increased in the last 3 years by 29%, 27%, and 17%. My income increased by 6%. Now,
Sir, your time is about up. If you could finish your thought, please.
okay, I want to make one brief request. The land use plan may address some of these problems, but that's not the entire solution with regard to the short-term rentals. There's a housing problem throughout the country, throughout Wyoming. I would ask that this group request from our legislators and a board to look into the housing issue to see what we can do, what you can do in addressing this and encouraging affordable housing through the land use plan.
Okay, thank you. Speaking of the legislature, our next speaker is Senator Dan Larson.
Madam, is it on?
Pull it down towards you.
Maybe there we are. Yeah, Madam Chairman and Commissioners, thank you. I don't have a whole lot to say. I just wanted to make sure, I think we've got probably the best we're gonna get out of the planning and zoning. In my opinion, obviously I would like more protection for private property rights. The big game overlay is a big concern for me. But there we are, just got to get lower. But I think it's the best we can get, but we've got to protect our private property rights. That's the most important thing out there. All I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Nina Weber.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you. When it comes to the land use plan, I have a couple of comments. I'm in favor of passing the plan. I wish that the private property rights would have been a little bit stronger. As a private property supporter, and I just think there's a lot of things that are in this plan that we have kicked down the road for 25 years or 20 plus years that haven't been addressed. And now I think we're in some situations. I know that because Commissioner Overfield, you have stated in the past that the real part of this land use plan will be coming forward with the regulations. And I know that that's where a lot of the, a lot of some of these other issues can come up. I am in favor of the plan. I wish it was stronger for private property rights, and I'm definitely not in favor of the big game overlay because I think it will definitely hurt and harm private property owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Earl McKinney.
I didn't know I was that far up on the list. Number one, I'd like to thank you, Madam Chairman, for getting back to me with my emails. After the 500,000 or so we've spent on this plan already, I would think that some of the taxpayers would like to have some of their money back that were involved with the plan to begin with. I'm in favor of the big game overlay. I'm also in favor of people attending meetings when they have them, and there's been a lot of meetings already before this come to this place we're at right now. So I would have just asked you to adopt it as first presented by the consultants, or put it out to the vote on the ballot.
Thank you. Kyle Passwork. Not sure I got that one correct.
The last couple of years, I've been to 2 public meetings about the land use plan, and over 90% of the 150 speakers and voters supported larger lot sizes, wildlife zones, and agricultural lands. That public will was reflected in the original P&Z plan, but not in the certified plan before you now. At the last P&Z meeting, only 3 out of about 50 speakers supported the revisions, one of whom I'm told was a developer of the single interest that all of these changes benefit collectively. Many others presented wide-ranging data supporting the original plan. P&Z took only 2 hours to dismiss it all. P&Z is either the best informed board ever, or the process was a sham to cover a decision already made. P&Z might as well put a note on your website saying, thanks for wasting your time. I couldn't even find that much. Neither P&Z nor, as near as I can tell you, have explained publicly why the revisions in this certified plan are better than the original plan that had over 90% support in the meetings I was at. That's not how a democratic republic should work. Your responsibility is to implement the will of we the people or explain clearly why you're not doing that. If you do neither, you invite, in fact, you almost demand that people assume backroom deals or that only special interest lobbyists are heard or worse. The land use plan is vital to our future, but so is accountable government. This is fixable. I'm going to ask which of you will publicly and fully explain on your website the reasons for the decision you'll make, accounting for all the data that people have provided. Same question. Which of you pledges to be responsible to we the people? These aren't rhetorical questions. Thumbs up or thumbs down would be good.
We're not here to answer those kind of questions today. We're here to gather your input. Thank you. Mary McKinney?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commission. I urge you to adopt the land use plan with the full big game overlay. I am a private landowner and I am for all of the layers of the big game overlay. Okay. For the last couple of weeks, I've watched hundreds of elk, as several of you on the commission know, traverse private lands going from one high use overlay area to another. Okay. They're all important. They're all connected. Our mule deer numbers are at historic lows. Okay. You should all be concerned about that. Okay. They're less than 250,000 in the entire state. We are just one bad winter away from what are we going to do in Park County if we are just like the rest of the southern part of the state that had bad winter. We can't control disease or environmental conditions. We can control what we do as humans. Okay? So I do urge you to include all the big game use overlay. We've got something special here in Park County. It's easier to maintain what we have right now than to go back and try to fix something that we have taken away and try to restore. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Walkup?
Thank you, Commission, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Doug Walkup. I am a resident of Cody for about 3 years, recently retired from the University of Wyoming. I'm here representing the Nature Conservancy, where I serve as a trustee for the Wyoming chapter. Nature Conservancy has worked alongside partners in industry, private landowners, ag community, and agencies to develop solutions that benefit people and the working lands that we depend on. Very clear that the presence of big game is a value that is highly recognized by the people of Park County. In the Visions and Values Survey, residents rank the presence of wildlife, ranch land, and rangeland as among the most critical to their quality of life. As we all know, wildlife is not just an aesthetic and quality of life value, but an economic value that's very important to Park County. On behalf of the Nature Conservancy, I encourage the Commission to include the entirety of the big game use overlay, the low, medium, and high use in the final plan. Knowing where the high, medium, and low use areas are can actually help landowners exercise their private property values with wildlife in mind. The overlay can provide a valuable source of information to help these people do the right things on their lands. Land use plan is an opportunity for us as a community to include these layers as a consideration for future decisions. not as a top-down regulatory imposition on them, but as an informational tool that gives them the information on how best to exercise their private property rights. Thank you for this opportunity, and I urge the commission to consider adopting the full wildlife overlay in their plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Bradbeer.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity. I am Suzanne Bradbeer and I live in Clark. Wyoming tourism was worth $4 billion and 1,700 jobs last year, making it our state's second largest industry. People are not coming here to see more subdivisions, less wildlife, less farm and ranch land, and fewer open spaces. The revised land use plan authorizes all of that. Please return the land use plan originally approved by the Planning and Zoning Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis Reed.
Okay, my name is Dennis Reed and I'm a farmer and I own 500 acres within 5 miles of Cody. And I looked on the map and our egg overlay is, all my ground is 20-acre lots and everybody else's around me is 5. Now, as a farmer, everybody's talking about wide open spaces. To keep these wide open spaces, we really need to have smaller lot sizes. And that allows the farmer to pick and choose the edges of his field, or if you put in a center pivot, the corners of their field, and still have those wide open spaces, but also be able to afford them. Because I can tell you what, farming it's going down. You know, the farming industry is low. And so for us to be able to afford this, we need to be able to choose how many and what the lot sizes are to make it most worth our while to keep these wide open spaces. And that's, I think, all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Jane Luther?
Thank you for having this opportunity for the public to speak. My name is Mary Jane Luther and I am from Meeteetse. I agree that land use planning is critical for the county to be able to move forward in an organized fashion. However, I am very disappointed in the fact that I have attended several public meetings on this land use plan, and I feel that my taxpayer dollars spent on that plan have now been totally ignored. We have high use wildlife overlay, but if you don't have low and medium use, there's no way to connect the wildlife habitat. People don't come to Wyoming to see development. They come to see the open spaces. They come to see the wildlife that we enjoy here. Once you develop it, it's gone. And I think at this particular juncture, we should allow more time, plan for the wildlife, and in 20, 30 years, maybe things will change. But at the moment, I think these are the values that are important to our county and they're important to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan White.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for serving on the board. That takes a big chunk of your life's effort for public service, and I appreciate that. I've lived all my adult life, over 50 years in Cody. I had a couple of you in class when you were 15-year-olds, as I recall, and both of these guys were in the back row. That's where I always put the best behaved guys. However, this is a serious topic, a difficult one, and I understand landowner rights are important. But a drive from Pueblo to Fort Collins tells you what the future of Park County looks like. You say it couldn't happen here. The changes I've seen in 15 years are amazing. And let's think long-term. Many of these migration routes took hundreds or thousands of years to develop, and they'll be gone in 100 years. I understand people's feelings right now, what might affect, their personal situation. But do we want to look 100 years ahead of time? I would say we do. Wildlife is important aesthetically, monetarily. Many of us live here because of open spaces and wildlife. Dennis's comment on farmland is almost sacred to me, and we can fill up with people. There's no question of that, and so I support the wildlife overlays in detail and the things that it will take to keep things the way we are. We could probably make lots of money putting a toxic waste dump between Cody and Powell. We could build a giant subdivision in the South Fork, but sometimes government has to put guidelines out for its citizens. And I think that's where we are now. So I support the original plan and the wildlife overlays. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Linda Reynolds. Take the mic down a little bit, please.
Can you hear me now? All right, how about that? Still not.
You talk kind of loud.
Hello? Can you hear me? Is that working?
Just speak loud, please.
Okay. I am both a rural property taxpayer and a conservationist, opposed to unrestricted suburban sprawl. I love our rural landscapes and our abundant wildlife. We take our public lands and their resources for granted, but I recognize that a significant percentage of the countryside surrounding our everyday comings and goings is in fact private land, thus under the purview of this proposed land use plan. The owners of these properties have to become the leaders and drivers of landscape protection measures for success to be achieved. It is private property owners who control and protect much of our prime wildlife habitat. It is rural agriculture with its carefully maintained and adjudicated water rights that gives us our traditional farmland vistas. These landowners deserve public recognition and gratitude. I will support any land use plan that presents a clear path forward for protecting these values, which the majority of the public say they want to preserve. However, I would like to suggest that the county devise a funding mechanism for securing easements. If the public wants wildlife and landscape protection, they should have a stake in it. The burden of conservation should not fall entirely on private property owners. If a subdivider offers a landowner more than a young farmer can afford, should the property owner be expected to accept the lower price? We have the newly fledged Park County Open Lands, which is in the process of creating conservation easements. This is critical work being done by a not-for-profit. However, the general public has no stake in their success and no involvement or pride in their accomplishments. We need a parallel county entity that will match and raise the differential between the development price and the conservation price in exchange for deed restrictions.
Linda, we're at time. If you could wrap it up, please.
We need a mechanism to incentivize landowners to maintain habitats and not develop them. I suggest that rather than endless debate over restrictions, that Park County take the opposite approach and take the lead in protection of what its citizens say they most value about living here.
Thank you. Laura Bell.
Park County Commission. Good afternoon. Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you for allowing me to speak in favor of retaining the original high and medium use big game overlay in our land use plan. My name is Laura Bell. I love this place that we call home. Every single person in this room does, each with our own reasoning. As a resident of Park County, I'm particularly grateful for the landowners, farmers, and ranchers that provide our community with open space and our wildlife with habitat. Ranching and farming is hard work with a narrow margin, and the ones who do it need every bit of help they can get to stay afloat and make ends meet. Right now, there's money available to help landowners who provide habitat for the public's wildlife. There's money available for fence modification, for water development, for treatment of invasives like cheatgrass. There's funding for habitat leases and for purchase conservation easements for interested landowners. It can be enough to make a difference. It can be enough to help one generation be able to pass their land down to the next. When applying for any of these funds, it is so important that the property be designated in some way as locally significant. Right now, there's a USDA Wyoming Conservation Partnership opportunity that does just that. But in a couple of years, when that is gone, what will we have? Please, I urge you, keep the original high and medium use big game overlay in the land use plan. It has no teeth. It has no regulation attached, but it can open the door for financial support for the landowners, farmers, and ranchers who are providing habitat for the public's wildlife.
That is time.
It can be a win-win. I urge you to maintain the original high and medium use areas in our county plan.
Thank you. I have a maybe here from Martin Kemet.
Thanks, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. I don't have a lot to say, but firstly, when we look at the wildlife and the overlays, we have to go back to the good book. In Genesis, God gave man the dominion over animals. He did not give animals the dominion over man. So I think that we should remember that. We are all stewards of the animals, but they should not have dominion over us. Also, being involved in agriculture my whole life, a lot of times a rancher or a farmer works all his life to put together a farmer ranch, and then he sells it, and that's his retirement. If you restrict that in ways that he cannot do that, nobody's going to restrict somebody's business and say you can only sell part of it. They're at liberty to sell that any way they can. So I just ask you all to remember that. This is our livelihood, and we're all stewards of the animals. I've been here 40 years, and I can remember when they were trying to push the in-stream flow bill. Every rancher I know depended on their water for their crops, but every rancher that I knew and every farmer would have let some water go down that creek to maintain that fish habitat. So we're not out there to kill animals, but we do have to maintain our livelihood. Thank you for this time.
Thank you. Eugene Spearing.
Thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity to talk. I think one of the things that concern me most about what I see in our near future, and also a product of our planning and zoning, is the possibility of wind turbines bristling on the horizons of our scenic views. And it's a very serious possibility. Every time we see a new version of this land use plan, we see a crack there that we can slip in and put in some wind turbines. Calgary, or Danielle Smith, the premier of Alberta, has instituted a 35-kilometer, which is 21-mile, moratorium on the construction of wind turbines along near any scenic views or protected species or whatever. And I mean, they have a lot of wind turbines there. They have almost 2/3 of the entire wind production in Canada. And it's all coming out of there. And she wants that moratorium to preserve their scenic vistas. And I think I would like to see that in Park County right now. And also, you've seen those wind turbines between Garland and Bridger. They are not I mean, first of all, you have to subsidize. They don't last long. And they are a visual eyesore. So I just encourage you, please, let's put a moratorium. They're not here yet, but they will be. So thank you.
Thank you. Mary Rumsey.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. It's been a long process, 2 years. I would like you to revert to the original land use plan that was certified by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Our area is now naked again. They have taken out, even though we have rangeland, it's no longer considered agricultural overlay. We do not have enough water to support 1 acre and a septic. You do not have the resources on a county level to put in all the roads and bridges and emergency services to get all the people up there if we have 1 acre and a septic. When someone looks at buying property, if they see, wow, there's an opportunity, they may come in and really mess things up. In Powell and adjacent to Meeteetse, and maybe even at the start of the Wood River Road, lower acreage makes sense. But to have us at 1 acre and a septic is absolutely insane. Please go back to the original plan. We no longer have an agricultural overlay. And if I wanted to get a conservation easement, my neighbors did, they would have a harder time doing it because the NRCS looks very favorably upon land that is in an ag overlay. What's in Powell, if there's needed to be smaller parcels, so be it. Land rights are important. My grandparents were farmers. I'm very pro-farmer, but where we are, it's impossible. Wildlife generates billions of dollars for our state. And if you get rid of it, you're not going to get it back at a small price. If you have to delete 1 word and you can't go back to or don't want to go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission, delete high use and just have the whole big game overlay. And please, even if it doesn't come at this time with changing back to the ag overlays that we had, we're going to need some help in the regs because what is proposed now is unsustainable. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Joe Tilden.
Good afternoon. How are you? I'm glad you're up there and I'm down here.
No fair.
Anyway, the area I want to talk about is extremely specific, and I have a couple questions. I know you're not going to answer, Dossie, so I won't even ask them. But the area I'm concerned about is in where I live out on top of Belfry Hill, in the area north of town on 120. When the first draft came out, all of that area was painted with very big brush and was included in the agricultural overlay. We discussed it with Joe P&Z, talked to some of the commissioners about it. Next draft came out and the agricultural overlay was removed. And now in the latest draft that it's come out, it's very specific. And on the west side of Highway 120, there's a field, approximately 100 acres, that has a center pivot on it. And even though at one point in time it was cultivated 20 or 30 years ago, it's never hayed, it's too rocky to hay. And to me, it's very arbitrary. You just sort of pick this area out of thin air. And the other area that was added in to the agricultural overlay is just north of there, up towards the areas of the shooting complex. And that's not irrigated, it's just arid, rocky grass land and sagebrush. And so my question is, number one, why did you put it back in and be that specific? And my request is that you remove it, because I think it's wrong. I've lived out there and I've owned property out there since 1992. And even my property was always irrigated, and it was very marginal land. And because I understand the criteria for the ag overlay land was highly productive, quality agricultural land, and that is not. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And we may get around to answering some of those questions later. We'll continue with the public input. Carrie Peters.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Carrie Peters. I was born and raised here, and I'm third generation farming and ranching in Park County. I am respectfully asking you pass the current version of the land use plan today. Your board did the right thing by denying the first version of this plan back in October, removing the suggested 20-acre minimum lot size references and also getting rid of most of the big game overlay were good changes. I believe strongly the entire big game overlay should still be removed. The county attorney has clearly stated that items in this plan are to be used to guide regulation. So the notion that the big game overlay remains only for educational purposes, as is being suggested by some, is simply not accurate. That narrative is still out there, even amongst some county officials, and that is just not the truth. More restrictions are forthcoming in the high use area that is almost guaranteed. It is problematic to me that the people calling for retention and expansion of the big game overlay are the same people who push for unrestricted use of the public lands. These people demand more trails, more hiking, more access, more mountain bikes, more dogs, more hunting, more use of the lands and the wildlife habitat that they supposedly deem so critical. Organizations like PEP and the Park County Travel Council work overtime to bring thousands of visitors to this county every year to hammer the public lands. No subdivision, no fencing, no improvement, and especially no ag operation will ever cause the same damage and disruption as such unfettered recreation does. Science is proving this. It is also problematic that the people calling for 20-acre minimum lot sizes countywide are the same people who live on a small lot themselves and, having built their house on a hill a few years ago, now want development to stop. This plan is about nothing but open space and control. At the January P&Z meeting, farmers and ranchers were being deemed as special interest groups. The true special interest groups here are the environmentalists and the open space advocates. They are shameless in their hypocrisy. I don't see any of these people bulldozing their North Fork or Sunlight homes and reclaiming the land back to nature. I don't see them moving to town and donating their property to Park County open lands. When those wanting control over my property take those steps, then I will be more willing to hear what they have to say.
Carrie, you've reached time if you finish your thought. Thank you. Okay, we're not going to do that today. Thank you. We're listening to everybody equally. Taylor Peters.
Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Taylor Peters. I'm a Park County native and live and work on our family farm. I'm a freshman at Powell High School and I'm on the speech and debate team. I'm interested in political issues and I'm starting to become more involved in our local and state government processes. I hope you will not discount my words today simply because I'm only 15 years old. I won't pretend that I know everything about this land use plan issue because I don't. However, what I do know is that more regulations don't ever help farmers and ranchers. The reason ag producers are struggling worldwide today is because of overregulation. I also know that greatly reducing the value of a person's land, especially of someone that has worked hard their whole life, is wrong. Forcing someone to provide a view for others by taking away their rights to subdivide land is wrong. People who demand something of others that they themselves will not do are wrong. I don't think this plan is good, but it is better than the one that came before it. Landowners, especially farmers and ranchers, should not lose any more of their rights or property values. They have already had to give up more than they should. Please pass the current version of the plan today. Thank you.
Thank you. Trent Ray, maybe, and it says possible. Okay.
Thank you guys for the opportunity. I've actually talked to Lloyd here. He came to our board meeting. Trent Reed was Shoshone Irrigation District. And I think this is just kind of an oversight with the ag overlay around Powell. We had discussed this with you guys. I just want to make sure that this does hopefully get on amended plan, or if there can be an amendment done. The reason for this is any of that land that's close to Powell, if it does not have that ag overlay, it does have some pretty serious implications for us. As long as it's got a water right, it's got an assessment being assessed to it, it needs to stay in ag. One of the other questions that came up after a board meeting was, what are the implications if this does not happen, or if it's zoned industrial? What are the tax implications on this? They do have a kind of a valid point with this. There is some ground that had been zoned industrial that is still being farmed, and it did make a pretty serious impact on the tax structure. It devalued the land, And that is kind of another concern with some of the areas surrounding Powell. What would happen if this all of a sudden is zone industrial? So thank you for letting me speak my piece on this. And
Okay, we'll try to answer that afterward too.
all right, thank you.
Josh Metten, I guess that close. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Josh Fenton. I live here in Cody, and I'm the Wyoming Field Manager for the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership. As we've seen today, there's a lot of people here who are living here because they love the wild and working lands, the Bighorn Basin and the Zorkas, and the robust wildlife populations and the freedom that comes with that. That's why I live here. That's why I'd like to have a family here. And that's what inspires me to do the work that I do. Our mission is to guarantee all Americans quality places to hunt and fish, which is why we joined the Wyoming Wildlife Federation and the Muley Fanatic Foundation in sending you a letter asking for the entire big game overlay to be included in the land use plan. Protecting wildlife habitat and corridors was also something that residents included in the vision and values survey. The TRCP and our partners support the overlay because it can be used on a voluntary basis without violating any of the private property rights that we value. I've also handed out a list of 10 conservation access priorities for Wyoming sports people that were endorsed by 11 sportsmen's organizations: the American Bear Foundation, Bow Hunters of Wyoming, Muley Fanatic Foundation, Mule Deer Foundation, Trout Unlimited, Wyoming Wild Sheep Federation, Ducks Unlimited, Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation, Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, Wyoming Wildlife Federation, and TRCP. Number 6, conserve big game migration corridors and winter range reads. Migration corridors and winter range support wildlife abundance and that maximizes hunting opportunities and supports our rich outdoor heritage. Wyoming Game and Fish needs the tools necessary to game these habitats on public lands while also providing financial incentives to landowners to voluntarily conserve key habitats on private land. Restoring the big game overlays will open financial opportunities for landowners on a voluntary basis to conserve habitat and farmland for the benefit of wildlife, open space, and our Wyoming way of life. We're fortunate to have incredible mule deer and elk migrations that pour out of the Zorkas from as far away from as Grand Teton National Park. These animals rely on freedom to move across these lands.
If you could finish up, please.
I don't think anyone here wants to see Park County become the next Bozeman or Front Range of Colorado. If that's our future, if we don't move forward with a plan that incentivizes voluntary conservation. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The next maybe is Duncan Bonine.
Madam Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Duncan Moran, and I currently serve as the chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I want to be clear that I am not here today to speak on behalf of the Planning and Zoning Commission. But there are some things that I do want to address and point out. There's seems to be a misunderstanding or miscommunication about what exactly an overlay district is. It's been talked about, that we need to preserve it. Currently, our land use plan does not have a big game overlay district. There is not one in there. The proposed land use plan adds an overlay district. And I want to read from the regulation what exactly an overlay district is. And this is found on page 144. It's in chapter 4, section 5. Overlay districts are zoning districts that are superimposed over all other zoning districts and impose additional requirements above those required by the underlying zone. Overlay districts shall be regarded as supplementary to the regulation of any underlying zoning district. Whenever the regulations of the overlay district and any other zoning district conflict, the more restrictive provisions shall apply. That's from the regulation. So when we hear people talk about the big game overlay is just data, it's just information, it has no teeth,
That's factually incorrect. When the overlay district is adopted, it is the basis for more regulation through zoning. Thank you.
Wow, you better fix your writing, Mr. Simpson. Wow.
It's not Celia,
Well,
Madam Chairman.
I'll show that to you afterward. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the commission. Thank you for your hard work. This is a long slog. I represent have an ag overlay, so development can occur. And if somebody doesn't like it, the neighbor comes in and wants to argue that it's ag land, let them have that burden, not the person who owns it and bought the property right to develop it. So we would ask that you do that. Incentivizing voluntary conservation is exactly the point. It allows the landowner to do what they want and they preserve it. And Trail Creek loves the animals and the wildlife on its property and will do everything to preserve it. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry about the name. Kate Williams? Okay. Jim French, Senator French? Senator French?
That's a hard act to follow there. Madam Chair, board members, I know you have a tough decision to make. I've been in your shoes. I get it, I understand. But let's just remember, this is still Park County. You know, I haven't been born in Cody, raised on north of Heart Mountain, on a farm, been on a farm my whole life. And like, I believe it was Mr. Reed said, you know, it's tough to make it out there. And everybody's putting in pivots and stuff. Those corners might, if they can sell a 5-acre corner, that might keep them in business. Very well could keep them in business. And who's doing the private, who's doing the open spaces? It's ag. It's the ag community. You know, much of Park County's BLM, Forest Service, whatever, national park. But all these open spaces that people love are because of the farmers and ranchers. They don't need a bunch of restrictions put on them. They don't. people are coming here because they've done such a good job. They've done an excellent job for 130 years. So why burden them with a bunch of regulation? It's not right. It's not right to do that to the very people that have preserved it. You know, it's beautiful here. My parents came here after World War II to homestead on the Heart Mountain Irrigation District. You know, it's a beautiful place. I've seen it change drastically. I remember when there was no such thing as a Cooper Lane. There's one house out there. Nobody wanted to live up North Fork because the old road around before they raised the dam, all those little tunnels and stuff, and it was too far from town. So it's really changed, but it's not ruined. So please don't add a whole bunch of regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Becker, have a maybe?
Someone mentioned earlier that there's been multiple meetings on this, and yes, there has. I was at a couple of the initial meetings. This is probably my 4th or 5th meeting I've been to on this, but they never told us that they were going to do something with private property. It was always, well, what do you want? If you can dream, what do you want? Well, of course, I love open spaces and I love the animals and I love farming. I came from lots of farming. Both sides of my family are farmers. But also, I believe in farmers' rights. But before I get to that, I want to say that we are a constitutional republic. And I know that you guys have all taken oaths to uphold the Constitution. And one thing that the Constitution gives us is private property rights. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that animals have rights. We cannot, the government has 77% of the land in Park County. There is plenty of land for the animals. We don't have to take away from the farmers or anyone else that owns land to help the animals. The government has plenty of land for that. It takes time to get a plan like this right, so the money has been well spent. I don't think that this is a great plan, but it is workable and it's a compromise. Please vote to keep this second plan. Everyone says this plan has no power, but let's not have a plan that can be interpreted to take rights away from people and give them to animals. Farmers have the right to sell their land as they see fit and to protect their property from wildlife as they deem necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Olivia Bergeron. Okay. Ryan Clarkson.
Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Brian Clarkson. I am a resident of the North Fork planning area. And I think it's safe to say that I've probably been more involved in the land use process than the average citizen. So I'd like to make an observation. So the land use plan kicked off in the spring of 2022. When the project started, the Planning and Zoning Commission represented 4 planning areas encompassing almost 2 million acres of land. Many rounds of public input were conducted throughout 2022, including in-person meetings by the majority of the planning areas. During those public meetings, surveys were completed asking the residents of Park County what is important to them. Then in the beginning of 2023, after the vast majority of public input was completed, the Planning and Zoning Commission introduced 3 new members. The P&Z Commission now represents 3 planning areas, all in either Cody or Powell, encompassing now 430,000 acres of land. The commission went from representing 60% of the planning areas to now only 13% of the planning areas. On July 19, 2023, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted to approve the 2023 land use plan. There was only 1 member that opposed that plan. On October 17th, Commissioner Teal made a motion to deny the land use plan as written, and now we've kind of gotten ourselves to this point here. So later in the fall of 2023, a workshop was conducted between the P and Z Commission and you guys to discuss the changes in the land use plan. There were some members of the P and Z Commission that were pretty outspoken in how they felt about the big game overlay. Finally, on January 23rd, 2024, the P and Z Commission held a public hearing where the vast majority of the public comments were in favor of the big game overlay. The P and Z Commission decided to ignore these comments and certify the plan with a diminished big game overlay. It should be noted that the purpose of the meeting was to review the revisions of the land use plan. One of the biggest revisions was the big game overlay. During the first public hearing to discuss the changes to the big game overlay, the vast majority of the comments were in favor, but the commission appeared to ignore those comments.
We're close to time, Brian.
So here we are today with a revised plan that pushes aside the opinions of the 701 respondents to the public outreach, some of the planning areas reaching as high as 76% of support for proactive approach to commercial water. We have a P and Z Commission that now used to represent 60% of the planning areas, now only 13% of the planning areas.
Brian, we're out of time. If you have
Okay,
one final
well,
sentence, be fine.
At the end of the day, it sounds like the county is taking the direction of fulfilling the desires of few individuals rather than the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Kirkham Jr. Okay. Sam George.
Like to start by thanking you all for your efforts on this. I'm sure it's been not a terribly enjoyable process at times. I don't claim to understand the differences between the plans to the extent that I'm sure you do. And so I just want to express my hope that your priorities will be to preserve private property rights, especially above those of animals, like have been mentioned before. And I am grateful to see that there are changes that have been implemented to allow producers, growers in the area. I'm from a farming family here in the community, and I echo what Dennis Reed said, that these producers spend their whole lives trying to make a living off thin margins, and that sometimes the opportunity to develop small portions makes a big impact. I also see that as a big opportunity to solve some of the housing issues that are being faced around here. In fact, I know this is not allowed because Dossie helped me understand this when I spoke to her, but I would have liked to have seen subdivision lot sizes even smaller than an acre that people would be allowed to build on. I know that's a state level issue, but I encourage you to focus on those priorities as you consider this plan. And also, I echo Trent Reed's concerns that I think have already been discussed with you about the, I guess, the sprawl of some of the zonings that should be retained more to the urban areas and kept more within the city limits. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Alleman.
Putting up with all of us. All right, I'm a farmer, rancher, whatever you want to call it. And I belong to the only family that's been in North Fork for more than 100 years. And we've been on one little old place, and we have, believe me, every generation has struggled to make a living. In fact, my daughter was in front of you guys not too long ago with trying to get a campground so they can afford to live here. And I'm really glad you passed it. Anyway, it is such a struggle. we have an awful lot of deer that call our place home and have had for years and years and years. And that has cut way back on our income for years and years and years. Because if the deer are eating it, livestock can't. Now, we don't mind because we probably weren't gonna make a good living anyway, so. But when people start saying, all right, we're going to regulate you more, you aren't going to be able to sell anything, you aren't going to be able to develop anything because of the animals that are there. I think that's a little bit much. Now we've got the fifth generation, all want to live here. And if they don't have to, I think this new plan with the small lots possible is a whole lot better than having to break a place up into 20-acre pieces. That's all I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Kevin French?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thanks for letting me speak. Thank you for kicking this back to the Planning and Zoning Board for additional scrutiny to review. I think that you made the right choice. I think that the right choices were made in removing the 20-acre lot minimums and removing the medium and low use on the big game overlay. I do think that you should go ahead and remove any ag overlay and big game overlay because in my opinion, private property rights rule, and as conservatives in this area, I think that the free market should determine how things are done. And if somebody wants to put a subdivision in, ultimately, if they have the money to do it, and if the market ultimately speaks and says, "Hey, that's not something that they want to go and buy," that's gonna iron itself out. So in every step that you make from here forward, I think that this is better than what was done. I think you should approve it. And as you go forward, just prioritize private property rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Reed?
Chairman Overfield and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. Gotta get real close and tight here. Thanks for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Emily Reed and I was born and raised here in Park County, and I've since built my professional career in Wyoming and here in this county. But today I'm speaking just as a resident of Park County, not with my job affiliation. I'm urging you to make changes to this draft. I understand that this will make the process a little longer, but I think it's important to get this land use plan right. And I understand that this plan could be modified and changed in the future, but the whole point of this expensive and 2-year-long process was to capture this point in time in terms of the data we have available and what the community values are through the survey and the meetings that were had. All this is to say that more specifically, the big game use overlay should be cited in the main body of the plan in its entirety and not just in the appendix. The community survey identified wildlife and wildlife habitat being a top value and priority. With the all-time low population of mule deer, this is pretty critical within this context. Furthermore, as it's been said before, it is important that our private landowners, our farmers and ranchers more specifically, can exercise their rights to apply for and receive federal funding. These funds allow producers to improve their farming and ranch operation, and in some cases, transfer their operation to the next generation instead of being forced to sell. Ag producers in our county won't be able to rank as high as other applicants in these highly competitive grant processes. This is because those grants award points for local policies that designate that wildlife habitat importance or agricultural importance. Again, the community has been clear in the survey process that they want to ensure that farming and ranching remain viable in Park County. And I really want to see some of the families I work with succeed in this in the future.
That's your time, if you want to finish up.
Yeah, in short, thank you so much for your time and effort. And I really know that you guys have been working hard on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Gregory McHugh. Greg McHugh? Oh, I didn't see, the lights are right there.
Greg McHugh. Thanks for all your effort. This has been a long trip. I do appreciate all the time you put in. I am a lifelong resident of Park County. My family has had land in the Middle South Fork since about 1967. And I would like to speak in support of continuing the wildlife overlays, all of the wildlife overlays, and the agricultural overlays as well. The meat of this discussion is going to be when you're actually making regulations. But right now, we're valuing a resource, which is wildlife, number one, and rural lifestyle. Now, we've had some great comments from some of the farmers around here, and there is absolutely dead on. It's a narrow margin. They shouldn't have to be providing all of our conservation scenic views, but there are ways to help them and help them stay on the land. There's helps them to get off the land, and if they so desire, and have money available. There's a huge amount of money available from various sources to assist them. There's also a huge amount of money available for people to just simply buy large areas of land and fence it off. And that is what you need, a little bit of leverage to be able to shut off. Somebody has, 5 mile fence at 6 or 8 feet tall, right across a migration route. That's going to be a problem. I think it's going to be a problem for all the neighboring farmers as well. So the short version is, let's keep the overlays in place. The 20 acre thing is again in regulations.
We're at time.
If you can make it so it averages out, that's going to be great, because the 20 acres requirement doesn't work out too good because it's 20 acres of weeds in some situations.
Thank you. That was the last name on the list that people signed up to speak. I will ask one time if there is anyone here that did not sign up that wants to speak, and we won't repeat anyone. I think I have a couple. Let's start here, Mr. Masser.
Thank you for allowing, I didn't know if anybody was going to get a chance to speak today, but I'm Harold Musser, and I am a lifelong resident of Cody, also on Sage Creek. I'm a third generation living on my grandparents' farm. The thing that I think that you should keep the current plan, that's the plan that you should pass. I do feel that there's a couple errors in it, and one of them being is I believe that anything within 3 or 4 miles of Cody should not have an ag overlay. I'm not ever going to do anything, I don't think, with my farm, but I have great grandkids, 2 great grandkids, and 50 years down the road, they might. We have rural water available, we have power, we're close to town, and you want to keep your high density developments closer to town. And 2 or 3 miles from town is close to town. We've heard about money being available for wildlife and weeds. I currently support about 200 antelope on my farm. And I went to the Game and Fish to ask them if they had any way that they could mitigate that, because the farmers, they eat their corn, they eat their sugar beets, they mess up all the rows. And so far, I haven't been able to get anybody to come up with any dollars to mitigate the damages that these antelope are on my farm. I like to see them there, but sign me up. I'll be at the back of the room after this and be glad to get a little money for those antelope. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir, if you'd state your name for the record, please.
My name's Keith Schubel. I farm Harold's Farm, neighbor to Dennis Reed. We're on a 4th generation farm there too. I have 5 children, 1 on the farm, and the only way I can see to settle any estate situation might be to sell off a corner or a little piece of property to equalize for the other, my other children. And I just want to see that possible so that we can maintain the big farm. You drive from here to get over Sage Creek to Corbett Bridge, it's Harold and Reed and us. You get past that subdivision for Powell, and we've maintained that at a cost. And I'd just like to be able to continue that.
Thank you. Sir? Please state your name for the record.
My name is Bob Sabal. First off, I feel bad for the guys that need to sell a little bit of their land to survive. But I'm for leaving everything the way it was. I live out in Clark. I bought the 20-acre properties. I did. I have 60 acres there. I bought it for the solitude. And I'm going to bounce, so please forgive me for this. I'm going to bounce clear back to when I was in Vietnam. And my first bad ordeal was with Tet Offensive, night of Tet Offensive, and pinned down for 5 days. When we got relieved by a Chinook chopper and some more guys, we raided a mess hall, and we got a shower, and I went to a church. Wasn't even my faith, it was the only church around. When I walked out of that church, sun was going down, and there was a big flagpole there, an American flag flying, and they was playing taps. I told myself, if I survive, get back to Wyoming, I am a Wyoming boy, born and raised here. I said, I'm going to have me a flag and a flagpole. And it's kind of been in the back of my mind until 2 years ago. Finally, I said, here I am, I got almost everything I want and what I fought for my country, and I'm going to have me a flagpole. So I put up a commercial flagpole and I fly the American flag in the state of Wyoming. And even this morning, I look out my kitchen window and I got a pure blue sky. I got wide open spaces and a beautiful mountain, and there's antelope in front of me. And I have elk and deer out there also. And I said, this is what it was all about, and this is America. And I'm trying to say now, let's leave it back to the way, what we all wanted. And instead of developers and everybody trying to make a bunch of money, let's leave it the way we fought for this whole country. This is the United States of America and Wyoming. And then on a little bit of another thing I can say is I worked the power business for 45 years, coal-fired and nuclear power, and also a little bit of wind farm and solar panel farms. All that stuff was made in China and still made in China, all of it. So there's one more thing to go along with the comments on that phony, everybody getting rich off of the power that's not sustainable. I'm just asking that let's try and remember where our roots are and what we got to do here, and try and work it out with some of the guys that will need a little bit of help. But I made a contract with Park County that I would have 20-acre parcels around me. And that's when I bought what I did.
Thank you.
And I can't say anything more, so thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Dave Schultz. What I'm here for is to basically say that I'm
I'm in favor of the plan the way it is right now. But there are some issues with it, and a couple people spoke about the ag overlay, and then a ton of people speaking about the big game overlay. So it's more of a question now as to how we're going to proceed. If you go and vote to approve the plan as it is, there are issues with the overlays in several locations. And I just want to make sure that if it's voted on and accepted, that we do not lose the ability to address those particular situations. Throughout this whole process, we've been told that the plan is general. It's kind of a wide swath, but we'll have to deal with situations more individually as time goes on. Just want to make sure we have that ability.
My understanding of the Wyoming state law with land use plans is this is a living document. We can approve it today if we so choose. That does not mean that in a year from now, after we've started the regulation process and we find different things that affect it differently than we anticipated, we can change this plan as a county. So it is a living document.
Yeah, and I get that, but we just want to make sure that every time we want to change something, we're not going through a miniature of this whole process all over again.
It does require the process. I'm sorry, but. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your service. Jeremy Becker, 4th generation Wyomingite. Dave, thanks for those comments. I want to, I guess, say one thing as you're making your decision, and I don't envy your position in the quagmire you're in, because no question about it, it is trying to balance private property rights, trying to balance regulations, trying to develop places where my 6 kids can afford to purchase and stay in Park County. And that's on your shoulders. And so I don't envy that at all, but I do want to remind you as you're going in to properly balance the Wyoming way. The Wyoming way is private property, absolutely, but responsibility that comes with it. And so if government takes that all from the individual, that's not the Wyoming way. And I've seen it in other states where I've been, where the regulation becomes so burdensome because of the overlay type of things that are put in, that next thing you know, everything is now in another quagmire with the lawsuits, you know, when people trying to make their decisions for their private property and for their children and for the community. So keep that in mind as you're doing your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you for having meetings like this, getting public input. That means a lot. You might want to write this down. Colin Simpson and I actually agree on something today. That doesn't happen very often. But I will say, overregulation is killing this country.
Your name, please, sir.
Tim Lassiter.
Thank you.
Overregulation is killing this country. It's destroying small businesses. It's taking away private property rights. It's destroying the country we live in. We've saw in the last 4 years what overregulation can do as opposed to not having overregulation. And I think that each of these people here today, I appreciate them all coming. I belong to a lot of the organizations that the gentleman mentioned about wildlife. But putting a wildlife overlay on private property when over 70% of the land in Park County is owned by the federal government is foolish. Most of the property owners I know, especially the bigger private property owners, go out of their way to make account and to take care of the wildlife on their areas, on their properties. They do a very good job at it. More regulation is never the answer for a free America. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that did not have the opportunity to speak that wishes to do so? Yes, sir.
My name is Marvin Lenhart.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. The sources of wealth are mining, manufacturing, and agriculture. If you live in Park County and you have median income, you cannot afford to buy a house. If you want to buy an acre of farm ground, you cannot pay for it producing crops. I think that people are the issue and not all of the other things that we've been hearing about. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that cares to speak that did not have the opportunity? I'll ask one more time. Is there anyone else that cares to speak that did not have the opportunity? Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move we close the public hearing. Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Motion passes, the public hearing is closed. From here, we have a couple options. The commissioners as a group can talk about what we heard today. We can do that now. We can do it later, whatever seems to work out. We have three options. We can certify the plan as the Planning and Zoning Commission certified it to us. We can delete from the plan and finish certifying it. If we choose to add anything to the plan, we've been advised through state statutes and the county attorney that it has to go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission for recertification. So just to be clear, if we choose to add anything into the plan, it will go back to Planning and Zoning. There will be another 30-day period with them having another additional public hearing, and then it would, when certified by them, be brought back to the Park County Commissioners, another 45-day public hearing period for another hearing such as this. So just so you're aware of the process that we are in. So we can finish deliberating today, however much the commissioners want to, and I'm losing my voice, so I'll quit.
Madam Chair, this is just more of a comment. You know, I've listened to a lot. There were some excellent comments made today. I've had a ton of emails, but I think Linda hit it the very best. There's a lot of folks out there wanting to see protections out there for open space, for big game. And I mean, I make my living on big game, but somebody's got to pay for it. Somehow that has to come. We can't ask, and it's been told, you know, we heard from the farmer, you can't ask them to foot the bill for the open spaces. There is money out there, but what does it take to get it? You know, as Harold said, he's been supporting wildlife for a long time. I think there's ways to do it, Harold. You just let me come hunt on your land. We'll get some money there. But it's kind of hypocritical to me when someone's sitting in their nice little place on their nice little parcel of land saying, I got mine, but hold on, you can't have yours. I want these open spaces for me, but you're going to wind up paying for them. So, and I've said this for years, if we're going to really be serious about protecting what we think needs protected, everyone's got to have some skin in the game. And it's going to take a unified effort if we don't want this country to look like what it looks like through Bozeman to Belgrade, what it looks like from Castle Rock to Fort Collins. So those I guess those are my comments. I'm not exactly sure what direction I'm going to go moving forward, but that's the way I'm thinking right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank everybody here today. I've learned a lot in the last 2 years. I've been involved with this plan since the beginning, since we selected the consultant along with most of all the commissioners here. Going into it, it was said it's going to be a balancing act. And I truly believe that that is what it is. And anybody that says we did not listen to the public is not listening themselves. We've held many meetings, we've read endless emails. I don't know how many times that we've had this discussion at all the various meetings that we've had over the last 2 years. Is this plan perfect? No, and that was said many times here today. Are we gonna please everybody in the room? No. Like Commissioner Livingston said, everybody's gonna have skin in the game to some extent. There's lots of things in this plan I don't like. The one thing I do think that we need to remember is this is just a guideline reference that will lead us to the next step of where we address the actual rules or the standards and regulations, which will be taking place in the next probably year and a half. And we will have, we'll get more into the specifics of the planning areas, of which a lot of these things, issues that we're talking about today can be adjusted. The issues that you may have where you live don't necessarily fit clear across the county. And so that's why we tried to find that balance for everyone. There was a couple issues brought up. I was taking notes that I think that we need to really talk about, wildlife especially. There's nobody, I believe, doesn't think that they are as important. As commissioners, I know that since I've been a commissioner, and especially in the last 4 to 5 years, we consult the game and fish on almost all development as it is right now. There's nothing in the current plan that says we have to. And it was brought up that these should be voluntary, and they are. We sometimes make a regulation if it's very strongly felt within that specific area, and it was strongly felt by the professionals as far as the game and fish on a specific issue. But we're considering a lot of these things as it is. But making a hard and fast rule across, I think, is not the right way. I'm gonna read my notes here, but one thing I do want to say is there are some boundary issues. Past Commissioner Joe Tilden brought up one, and a couple others in the area, as well as Trent Reed in irrigation districts, or the ag overlay mapping in the Powell area. If we change these things, we're 3 months down the road again. I believe that what we may find going into the rules and regulations, we may find other clerical areas that were a mistake, if you will, within our plan. And I foresee in the next year possibly amending this plan to correct some of these boundary issues, if you will. I will say the ag overlay in the past plan was very random. Early on in this process, we agreed that we need to be somewhat consistent, so let's just include irrigated land. That was what I believed was going to happen, and then things, well, my area doesn't fit, well, yours does, and I'm not sure which way we need to go with that, but there is definitely some boundary issues that probably need to be adjusted. The layers that we're talking about, just because it has one layer doesn't mean it can't have another. An overlay, an ag overlay can also have a wildlife overlay, it can also have an airport overlay. So I mean, there's a lot of things in the plan that some people are confused on, and I personally believe we've hit this happy medium and need to move forward. I know it's not going to make everybody happy, but that's where I stand on this, and I'm ready to act today.
Madam Chair, it was probably about a year or so ago, I remember a discussion on the South Fork where a person wanted to put in, split up a couple of homes. And the Game and Fish actually came to us and said, this is a migration area. Can we work with the people on this, and can we work with you? And we did. The landowner agreed to the changes that we made to preserve this migration area. We didn't have to, but it was to help out the big game in that area. And so because the land use plan didn't really have that in there, we still work with the landowners, we still work with the game and fish, and we still work with farmers individually. And like what Commissioner Teal was saying, that this is a plan and not all of it is perfect. And from counting up some of the people's comments today, yeah, we're in disagreement. If we weren't in disagreement, I would wonder what county I'm in. But I think that we've got to move forward here pretty soon, or we're all probably not going to be alive anymore when it comes time to regulations. And the regulations are going to be the important part of the discussion that we have with all of our neighbors here in Park County. So with that being said, I would like to make a motion to certify the land use plan that was put forward by our Park County Planning and Zoning Group and to apply the signatures.
Second.
Have a motion on the floor to certify the land use plan as it currently is certified from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Discussion on the motion.
Yeah, it's on.
Is it? Go.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to talk before the motion, but I just want to say, first of all, thanks, Chairman Duncan and P and Z. I know they got a lot of heat for this because they were the ones that went in there and removed it, but they did it in our direction. And so I think by giving the heat that they've taken, we need to own up and tell them this is something we did. And I learned something from Chairman Hunt, Chairman today too. Unfortunately, I was misinformed or uneducated, and I've informed some people when we talk about these overlays that it's just guidance. It has no regulation, no effect on it. And then in hearing our own regulation, the chairman, I was wrong. So I apologize anybody said that would have no bearing on the regulations, because certainly what he read, the speech that. So I pretty much echo everything these guys said. Going back when I looked at ag or the big game over there, a little different on some things, yeah, maybe, but I think where we're at, and I think it's time to quit kicking the can.
Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion to certify the plan as received?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay. So with that, we have hired the consultant to start on the rules and regulations update, or development standards, as they're called in some cases. I expect that to be at least as long a process as this has been. The regs are pretty significant, and we will be addressing all areas of those regulations. My understanding right now, in talking to our planning group and the consultant, is we're going to maybe do it in 2 sessions. The first session would be kind of some low-hanging administrative type of things, how we do processes and those kinds of things that included in those regulations. Then the second part will be with the 12 planning areas, with all of the, well, there'll be public input on both sessions, but with all of the landowner input from the 12 planning areas for individual rulings and what you want to see in your areas as far as uses. This land use plan that is certified today changes nothing right now until we have the rules and regulations updated that are working from this plan. So that's where we're at. And we will stay in touch with the public as much as we possibly can. And certainly we appreciate you being here today and letting us know what you think. And as we move forward, as we have the questions, you need to think about the lot size situation, the uses in your area, the short-term rentals, all of those things that are actually handled in development standards versus in the plan. So that's where we're at. And then if we get to the point where we are hearing enough and you all are saying enough, about some change that needs to happen to this land use plan, we can do that. So let's keep that in mind, that we're not, this isn't written in stone for the next 22 years as the last one's been. We need to keep that in mind. Thank you, and thank you for coming today.